but I want to talk about what we've or what I've essentially coded so far, right? So this is a spreadsheet similar to Google Sheets or Excel, and it has a bunch of functionalities. Like some of the basic functionalities are ready. There are also a bunch of like other functionalities which are not ready, but right now let me sort of walk you through everything that is functional. So number one, you can start off with like selecting cells just by click on them. You can also move around the selected cell using your arrow keys. You can press shift plus arrow keys to select a range. Then you have basic input capabilities. So you can write numbers over here, right? You can also have text, right? It's very basic formatting, nothing actually pretty much no formatting at all, right? But we have basic formulas. So you can, for example, write a1 plus a2 over here, right? Formulas, let me go through the different kind of formulas, right? So you can write equals a1 plus a2 like that, or you could write equals and then use your arrow keys to actually select the cell in the formula, right? So b1 plus b2, right? What you can also do is use functions which involve ranges. So sum a1 till b3, right? All of them. You also have some other functions, for example, max a1 to 3, that sort of thing. If anything, you can also have formulas using other formula or outputs as their inputs. For example, we can have this one as b5 star 100, right? So if anything changes over here, for example, I'm going to change this to 7, you can see that all of the values get modified, right? This is now the overall sum is now 22, maximum value is 7. What was this exactly? Okay, I think this one is over here. So if I change this to 5, this becomes 10, this becomes 1000, right? So all of the formulas related to any of the cells, if the value gets changed, the final outputs are recalculated using a dependency graph. We don't really calculate them for cyclic dependency. So if this value was dependent on this value and this value was dependent on the previous value or any sort of cycle like that, we don't really recompute it because yeah, for example, in Google Sheets, I believe you have like settings for that, but we don't really get into that. And yeah, that's sort of our basic spreadsheet clone over here. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this out now and sort of let you watch the entire thing from the beginning. All right, so I'm gonna build a Google Sheets clone, and I have a rough idea about the implementation process, but most of the stuff I'm just gonna figure out along the way. Roughly speaking, we're gonna be using canvas instead of DOM elements for most of the spreadsheet. The reason for that, and the reason why you'll find canvas being used even in Google Sheets and other alternatives, is because when there's a lot of data, it's much faster and easier to simply redraw the entire canvas on updates within the data as opposed to updating all of the DOM elements. But anyhow, the first thing I'm going to do is, and you can simply just use a text file or any to-do app for this. I just happen to like linear a lot these days. I'm just going to use linear for this. But what I want to do is do a little bit of planning in terms of the functionalities that I want within my Google Sheets clone. The reason for this is, and this is something you're going to realize as I start coding, even though I'm the only developer who's going to be coding this, this is not a team project. The list of functionalities or the list of small little things that need to get implemented sort of helps me plan the way I write code. So anyhow, I'm just going to use linear over here. So let's start with some basic stuff. So what I want is a basic cell grid. I also need click to select cells. Extremely basic tasks. I want arrow keys to move the selected cell around. I'm just going to list a bunch of basic functionalities for now, and I'm probably going to keep adding or removing some items from over here as I code it out. But for now, so each cell is going to have an input mode of sorts. So we're going to have press enter to get in and out of input mode. I'm also going to need some basic text alignment within cells. I would want to handle the overflowing cell contents. Over here, I think we're going to need a couple of things. So for example, if the right neighbor is empty, let the text overflow. If the right neighbor is not empty, hide the overflow. For the bottom overflow, I think we're just gonna expand the row height over there. So expand row height as per the number of lines within a cell. I think that's good enough for now. Next, we're gonna of course need some basic formula support. So things like A1 plus A2, this sort of thing. I would also want use shift plus arrow keys to select a range of cells. Then we're gonna also get into functions within formula. What I mean by that is things like sum, average, min, max, maybe VLOOKUP. So this sort of thing. I would also like, so I'm going to focus a little bit more on the formula side of things as opposed to, for example, the text formatting. one more task could be highlight cells within formula as we type them out. Use arrow keys to select cells while typing formula. I think this is a good list to start off with. So let's sort of start over here. We're gonna go with a bunch of tasks. So I'm gonna move this, and again, you don't really need an entire task management software over here like Linear. You can pretty much do this all with just a basic notes app. I just happen to like all of these keyboard shortcuts and things like for example, I'm just using J and K keys over here to move up and down, similar to Vim, which feels very familiar and feels very fast. So I'm just gonna move these over here and use shift plus arrow key. So I'm gonna work on these first. Over here I basically have just two files, index.html and an empty app.js file, and we sort of have the same thing over here. Let me just check if this works. Yep. Okay, so I know that I'm gonna implement most of the spreadsheet within a canvas, and not, for example, by having lots of divs for each cell. So here I'm just going to create our root canvas element, give it an ID, and sort of leave it over here. What I'm going to do over here is just add a little bit of styling. So border 1 pixel, solid black, and we're gonna give it a certain height and width. For now, let me just keep this at some arbitrary numbers over here. So I'm just gonna say 1024 cross 1024. Right, so now we have our canvas ready, and we can sort of start writing JavaScript. And we're gonna essentially, like, the good thing about canvas is you sort of get to control every single behavior, every single essentially pixel in a much easier way. But the bad thing over here is you're gonna have to implement every interaction. So it's gonna be a lot of JavaScript code just to simply implement all of the keyboard interactions, all of the clicks, a ton of event listeners essentially. Anyhow, let's start over here. So I'm gonna essentially just start with an immediately invoked function expression. The reason you use this within your JavaScript files is to not pollute your global space. So if I declare something over here, for example, spreadsheet data, this does not show up within the global namespace, so I won't have anything over here. But on the other hand, if I had something like this, you would sort of find this over here, like this. And we're gonna be having a bunch of variables over here, so it's easier to just manage everything by sort of declaring modules in this pattern. And this is going to be our root module. I'm going to declare more within this. All right, so we need a couple of things right off the bat. We will be storing all of our spreadsheet data in something like this. But before that, we're gonna have like, okay, let's start over here. So we're gonna have spreadsheet data. We're also gonna have selected cell, and at the very start, I'm just gonna say this has row and column as 1. We're gonna keep index 0 for the row names and the column names, right? So let's keep it at this. We're gonna also have selected cell range, and this one is essentially gonna have a start row. I'm just gonna declare this as selected cell dot row, an end row, same as before, and then similarly start column and end column. This is just to figure out which cell or which range is selected by the user at any given point in time. I'm also going to declare row count. Let's just say 100 for now. Const column count. Another 100. We'll change this later on to some arbitrarily large values, but for now this is okay. Now what I want to do is create an event listener like this. Over here I want to grab the canvas, and before that I'm just going to declare canvas, also the context for the canvas. Over here we can simply say document.getElement spreadsheet. And for context we can simply, I believe, to get, okay, let me just check, canvas context 2D. So yep, this is what you need. Now we have the context, we can actually draw some stuff over here. But before drawing all the cells, we sort of need we're gonna need the heights and widths. So I'm just gonna declare something called row heights. It's gonna be an array that's gonna store the height values for each row. And similarly, we're gonna have column widths. Awesome. Now we're gonna have to initialize most of these things over here. And for that, let me let me declare some helper stuff over here. So I'm just gonna say create 2D I'm gonna write N M and default value we can keep this as blank. Then I'm just gonna say new, we're gonna have n rows. For each row okay, we're gonna need two things. If our values are objects, and we're gonna have objects later on because we're gonna be storing formula dependencies for each cell and a list of formulas that are dependent, etc., things like that. We're gonna essentially need objects within these 2D arrays. So for that we're gonna have to do something else over here because okay, I'm just gonna explain in a second. But if type of default value is object, is new m columns, and then we're gonna fill this, but instead of just writing default value over here, I'm gonna use the spread operator to create a new object over here. Otherwise if we initialize this array with an object over here, it's gonna actually take the reference of that object, and then all of the values are gonna be simply pointing to the same object, which is gonna cause problems. So we're here. Otherwise we can simply say dot fill default value. Now once this is done, we can simply return this. Now over here we can simply say create, and we're gonna say row count, column count, and the default value is already at a blank string, but I'm just gonna write it anyway. I think this sounds good. And then let me sort of like make things a little bit more orderly. So perhaps I'm gonna declare these all the way here, and okay, this is fine for now. Row heights. Okay, what do we do over here? Let's just say new array, and it's gonna have count. We're just gonna fill it with 100 or no, that's gonna be too much. We're gonna say 26 pixels, and over here we're just gonna say 100 pixel in width. I think that's a good enough default. So all of the rows, all the columns gonna have the same thing over here. Now I think we can start drawing a couple of things over here, but for all of the drawing related stuff, what I'm gonna do is okay, let me just, because there's gonna be a lot of complications within the draw functions. We're gonna handle a lot of cases depending on what's happening within the spreadsheet. So I think it's a good idea to just create something like this. and over here, so the idea is you sort of isolate a lot of helper functions that are just related to drawing within this module, and later on you can essentially, I'm going to return one single, maybe two functions, but most probably just one single function that says something like draw grid, and then we can simply just use that function sort of like this, without exposing all of the helper functions to the rest of the code. But anyhow, what I'm gonna do is create a function for drawing a single set. We're gonna take it in row and column over here, and I actually wanna have one more thing right somewhere right here. Let's put it here. So cell properties, and row count, call count, initialize this. Let's initialize this with like one single property for now, which is like text alignment. So I'm just going to say everything has let's say left, everything is left aligned by default, right? So now what we can do is, let's take a couple of things. So props is cell properties, row, column, and let's draw a basic rectangle first, right? So we're gonna need a couple of things. So if you look over here, we sort of need the x and y coordinates for the rectangle, as well as its height and width. Height and width is pretty simple. For x and y, we're gonna have to essentially sum up the heights of all of the rows above a given cell, and similarly for all of the columns on the left hand side of a given cell. So right now, let me just write something like this. We're gonna row r plus plus, just gonna say row heights are okay, that sounds. Now similarly for x coordinate, less than column c plus plus, x plus equals column width c. Okay, now what we can do is simply say stroke rect, and we're gonna write x comma y, and then we need the width. I hope the order is right, but we're just gonna be able to see that in like just a second. And then row what heights row. So this is our basic rectangle. Now we need to fill this with text. Okay, let's sort of get to text in a minute. I want to see our grid first. So let's sort of go below this function. Okay, I want to declare a function that says draw cells. So it's going to draw all of the cells over here, right? And what I want to do is simply say row equals 0, row less than row count, row plus plus. Let column 0, column less than count, And over here I'm just gonna say draw single cell row column. We're gonna handle all of the complexities, like the remaining complexities of a single cell within like the above function. Now once this is done, okay, why do we have this over here? Did we not move this? We did move this. Have this. We can get rid of this. Okay. Now, this is sort of fine for all of the cells, but I'm gonna do is add another function over here, and this is going to be our main function of sorts. It's gonna be draw grid. And we're going to use this again and again to redraw the canvas as the values change, as formulas get executed, things like that. Right, so I'm just going to say clear rect comma 0, and then canvas dot width, canvas dot height. After that, I want to essentially say draw cells, but I'm also just gonna, I want to change the color over here. So stroke style equals RGBA. Let's just set this to a sort of light gray color over here. For now, this is, I think this is enough. Now we're gonna go all the way down over here, and what I'm gonna do is simply move this function all the way over here. Right, let's draw functions dot draw grid is not a function. Okay, we are returning okay, now we do have some cells showing up, but the resolution is all over the place. So okay, I think I kind of know what's happening over here. Okay, so what we want to do before we get to all of the drawing stuff is sort of define the resolution for the canvas, and I think we can sort of do this like so. So we're gonna define the width and height. Let's just say canvas height, and then we're gonna attach this to our canvas. So canvas width plus pixels. Just gonna canvas height plus pixels. This is fine. And I think there's something called ctx.scale, and scale needs to have a ratio, and this ratio I believe should be window dot device pixel ratio. So if we add ratio, okay, we still have some issues over here. me just check what happens when we change this. So let's say this is 1200 cross 1700. I'm going to increase both, and it increases sort of proportionally, which is interesting. Okay, let's check our elements over here. We have canvas. It has the right height and width. Everything else is sort of okay. But we sort of need to fix this somehow. Okay. So we have our spreadsheet, we have this stuff. Okay, let's add some console logs and see what's going on. So we have 1.79 as the pixel ratio, right? And I believe this changes. Okay, this is our, right, this is the pixel ratio. We have cdx.scale, okay. Canvas fix resolution. Okay, so you sort of set a display width, display height, set them in pixels. Okay, and then you sort of have scale, you sort of have this. So this seems all right. Let me just fix this in position and check what's going on over here. So okay, how do I, yeah, top 0, left 0. So this is done. Now we have width and height fixed. And so we have a canvas, we have this, we have we don't really care about the animations, but we do care about this stuff. Okay, this is super weird. Okay, we're gonna, okay, they had a ratio over there, right? So what I'm gonna do, let's check over here. They have canvas.width and canvas.height over here. I'm gonna set these two. And what I'm gonna do over here is simply say canvas width star ratio. ratio over here as well. Canvas height. Delete this and sort of move this all the way up here. I think right here. Okay, we do have our spreadsheet in place now. Awesome. So this is looking kind of okay. We have our default width and height looks okay. We sort of have our grid in place. We're gonna get into how we're gonna scroll around the spreadsheet later on, but we have our basic grid ready. Okay, let me just check a couple of things over here. So we clear the entire canvas, we set the stroke style, and we sort of draw all of the cells over here. Okay, yeah, this is what was bugging me. Yep, light gray color as intended. So okay, we're done with like step one. Basic grid. We have a grid in position, and let's sort of get around to selecting a cell and moving it around, right? And as you might have guessed, we have a bunch of things over here. Most importantly, selected cell and selected cell range. So we're gonna deal with selected cell first. And I'm also gonna just declare something called a mode over here. I'm just gonna set this to normal, but essentially this can be normal, or I'm just gonna say search, because when we are typing a formula, let me open a new Google sheet over here. So let's say we are over here. If I start typing a formula, I can actually move around with the arrow keys to select a cell, sort of like this. So let's say A1, and then I'm gonna write plus, and A2. So this is A1 plus A2 now, right? And we're gonna need that at a later point in time. So everything, when we're handling the key press for arrow keys, we're gonna sort of need that. Okay, but anyhow, the first thing that we need is this blue box around here, so which is gonna show what our selected cell is. And this is not part of the canvas. This is gonna be a separate element, a normal div with a certain border, and it's gonna essentially overlay on top of the canvas. So let's actually go over here and let me declare two things. So this one is gonna be I don't know, selected cell border. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine for now. And what I'm gonna do is also declare another div, and we're actually gonna have a couple more, I believe, as we progress. But for now, we sort of need selected range. So this is going to highlight the selected cells. Selected cell border and selected range. Okay, done. Now what I'm gonna do is sort of go down here and add some more. Okay, let me so we have draw grid over here, right? Like the first thing that we need after our cells is something to move around our selected cell border. So I'm just gonna say draw, I don't know, selected cell border, right? And this is going to be a function over here. Right. And this one is kind of simple. All we want to do over here, I'm gonna add, okay, all we want to do essentially over here is determine the selected cell width, which is pretty simple because we have all of the column widths over here. So we can just say selected cell dot column. Similarly, we have cell height, which is row heights, selected cell dot row. The other thing is going to be the border div, and we can simply grab it by the ID, which was selected cell, okay, what, selected cell border. Yep. Once you have this, you can simply say border div dot style dot display block, and then we can simply move it around like this. So I'm just gonna say selected cell border. Okay, we're actually gonna need to calculate the X and Y positions, and we can actually use the same logic, and we can actually since we are using the same logic over here, I'm just gonna take it aside into its own function. So this one is essentially gonna say get cell position, and we sort of need row and a column, and you simply return, let me just return it like this, right? And over here we're just gonna say so we're gonna get the position using get cell position row comma column, and over here I can just use pos.x, pos.y, and while we're trying to determine the position for our selected cell border, we can actually do the same thing. So what I'm going to do is simply write over here const pos is get cell position selected cell dot row comma selected cell dot column. Okay, and once you have this, you can simply say pos.x, and okay, I want the border to be right inside the grid that we have we're showing. So I'm actually gonna add 1 pixel over here. I'm gonna do the same thing for the Y position. So pos Y plus 1 pixel, done. Now we need border div dot style dot width. This one is gonna have column widths selected cell dot column in pixels. Similarly, dot style dot height equals row heights selected cell dot row pixels. And finally, we need the styling for the border. I'm just gonna let this be 2 pixels solid blue. Okay. So we have a couple of things going on right now. We have no use for these two, so I'm just gonna remove that. And we have our selected cell at row 1 and column 1. So we should be able to see the border right now. Okay, let's just see what's happening over here. We have this, we have this. Let's check the selected cell border. It does have okay, it has most things in place. Yeah, this should not be needed over here. Okay, oh, okay. We have the position. We have the position as static. We need absolute position. Yep. Let me go over here and just say select. Okay, why does this look like this? Okay, selected cell border. Yep, position absolute. Okay, now we can see our selected cell over here. It's the first cell. This is gonna be all of the column names like A, B, C, D, and this is gonna be the row numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is essentially our workable area. But something's not right. Like the width seems to be slightly off. So we have this, we have this in place. Let's see what happens if I just decrease the width. Okay. Now it's slightly in. Okay, now it's way too in. I'm gonna keep this at 1 pixel. Yeah, because we added 1 pixel to the position over here. So it's not exactly the width of the column. It's actually a little bit less than that. Okay, now this looks much better. Let me just increase the border size. Okay, we're gonna keep it at 3 pixel for now. Maybe we'll change this back later, but just looks a little bit clearer. So now okay, we have our cell border in place. Now what we need is to move around the selected cell border along with the selected cell position. So what I'm gonna do is go all the way down here, and now we need some more event listeners. So key. Okay, so we're gonna have essentially a whole bunch of key press listeners, because we're gonna be handling like most operations within the spreadsheet from keyboard, regardless of whether or not they're supported with clicks. So I'm gonna go with key down. Like this, and I'm just gonna declare key as event.key. Okay, and we're gonna have a bunch of listeners over here. So for example, okay, the key, if I remember correctly, should be values like this. So arrow right, arrow left, arrow up, things like that. So we're just gonna say if, well, let me write like this: arrow right, arrow left, arrow up and down. This is the case. We're gonna handle it separately. I also wanna just call prevent default over here and simply say handle arrow keys. Right, this is what I want. We're actually should also, we should actually put this over here and just say event dot shift key and the same condition over here, right? And over here we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna declare a function. We're gonna declare this later on. Handle shift key presses. Now we don't have handle arrow keys right now, so let's just go ahead and create that. Function handle arrow keys. Over here I want to actually check the mode. So if mode is normal, which is the case right now, we're gonna say I don't know, handle normal arrow keys, something like this. I'm gonna keep this in their own separate functions so that we don't end up creating a bunch of really large functions. I'm just gonna say normal arrow keys, have key over here. We actually will need key over here as well. Okay, let's just see if we are on the right path. So I'm gonna go over here, console, click here, and nothing is really happening. And that's because I'm sort of using Python syntax over here. Okay, we don't really need this. What we need is includes key. Okay, now we have the key being passed, but we don't really have the variable key over here. We actually do have the variable key over here. Why? What's happening? We're not passing it over here. Okay, now we have all of our arrow keys getting detected. Let me just copy this and replace this over here as well. Cool. Now now that we're over here, I'll do a couple of things. So for now, to move the selected cell border, all we really need to do is change the value of the row and column of the selected cell. And that's actually fairly straightforward right now. All I'm gonna do is I want to check over here if we are near the border, because we can't have row and column going into negative values, for example, or going out of bounds of our spreadsheet data. So we're gonna place a check over here. For that, we'll just say can selected cell be shifted, and over here we can just return this statement. So if actually let me make this easier. So R is selected cell dot row, selected cell dot column. R is okay. We're also gonna need we have the key, or can okay, we're gonna look at it this way. If key is arrow left, we want to move left, right? So the only way we can move left is if our column is at least 2. So we're just gonna say C greater than 1, because if our cell is at column equals 1, if we move it left, we're gonna move into the non-workable area of the spreadsheet, which is this first column. Similarly, if key is arrow right, we're just gonna check if column is less than row count, because row count minus 1, actually less than row count minus 1, right? And if key equals up, we can do the same thing with our row values. I'm just gonna say row count minus 1, and I just noticed we have row count over here where this should be column count. Okay, this is done. We don't need this. Now we can just go back here and simply say can selected cell be shifted in the direction of the key, right? And if this is true, we can simply work with what we have. So switch key, case arrow left, and we'll simply say selected cell dot column minus equals 1, break, case arrow right, select cell dot column incremented by 1, break, for up we need selected cell dot row decremented by 1, and finally for down row incremented by 1, break. Okay, this is all we need for now. Let's sort of have this over here, click over here. And the cell is not moving around. Okay, why? Okay, the reason the cell is actually moving around, it's just that we are not able to see that. The reason for that is we are not redrawing our canvas. So after our keys have been handled, we wanna redraw the grid. Now if I click here, I can move around the cell using my arrow keys. Great. It's starting to look a little bit like spreadsheets now. So let's go over here and sort of get a sense of what's happening. So we're here, use arrow keys to move selected cell around. I'm gonna push this to done. Okay, it's been an hour, so let me just take a quick break over here. Okay, so we're pretty much done with handling arrow key presses, but before we go on to the shift plus arrow key functions to select a range of cells, we're going to fill out row number 0 and column number 0 as well. Let me actually just go over here and add something for that. And over here, I'm gonna go to the very beginning of our code and add a couple of things like this. So the first thing we're gonna need is a function that converts the column index to the column name. When I say column name, it's essentially something like this. So we're gonna go all the way from A to Z, and then AA, AB, AC, and so on. So we're here, we'll take a number and let's define this over here. So if number is greater than 0, what we can do is divide this by 26. So this is gonna give us the first character if it's present, and then column name is gonna be string dot from, and 65 is for capital A, so we're gonna add 65 plus remainder value plus column name. And what we want to do is I think this is going to be fine over here. So essentially, let's say you have a number 3. Now what's going to happen is our remainder essentially becomes 2, right? So we go from here to here, and then over here we simply add 2 to 65, and for that we get C, and then we add that to column name. Column name was initially blank, so we simply get this, and then we move on to this line where this becomes 0, so we exit the loop. But in case this wasn't the case, let's say we were looking at 33, what that would do is give you a 7 over here, and that would lead to, let's actually print that out over here, string dot from car code, and let's say we have 65 plus 7 over here. So this is going to give you an h. Once you have an h, you essentially add it to column name, which is blank for now, so we get h, and then you move on to the next iteration of the loop, where we're looking at 32 by 26. So this is going to give you a 1. So when you have a 1, in the next loop, what you're gonna get is 66 over here, which gives you a B. Right, so now you add this B to your previous column name, which was just H. So you get a BH. Okay, this might need, okay, let's print this out inside our spreadsheet. This might need a plus or minus 1 somewhere, but for now we'll go all the way down here and simply fill in the values inside spreadsheet data. So for row equals 0, row less than count, and then the same thing for columns. Now if row is 0 and column is greater than 0, because we won't be adding anything to this particular cell, what we're going to do is spreadsheet data row column equals, and we'll just add column over here, right? Else, if column is 0 and row greater than 0, we'll simply convert the row number to a string. Okay. Right, so now we do have data over here. We haven't written anything inside our draw grid to add that text. So let's go ahead and do that first. We're gonna go inside the draw single cell function right over here. So we draw the rectangle over here, and now what we want to do is essentially draw the text, right? And for that we need to we're gonna need to take care of the text alignment as well. So let's actually take the text out. Like this. We're gonna set some sorry about that, font styling. So 12 pixel sans serif, and then we need the text align. So it's tx.text align equals left by default. And we have the text baseline set to middle. Okay. Now I want to check these cell properties to see if the text alignment is something other than the default value which is left. So okay, let's say if text align, we did have text align over here, right? Let me just check the cell properties right over here. We have text align set to left by default, so we'll just check for that in cell properties row. Actually, we don't even have to do this. We have cell properties over here in props. We can just directly use that. So if we do have this property, we can simply use this okay, let's so we're also gonna need the way this works over here. So let me check how this works. So, canvas text. Right, so we have the text, we have X and Y for the position, and we're gonna have to calculate X and Y in a way which also takes care of the padding inside each cell. We have the text value already. This is this is the place where we're gonna maximum width text may be once rendered. If not specified, there's no limit to the width of the text. Okay, this is something we're gonna use later on to hide overflowing text maybe. But for now, let's go over here and try and determine the X and Y values. So I'm just gonna declare something called text X, right? And I'm also gonna declare the horizontal padding over here. So let's keep it at 5 pixels. Now what I want to do is if text align, if this is set to the string left, then text X is essentially going to be this, which is the X coordinate of the rectangle plus padding X, right? If not, so we're gonna have 2 more cases over here. So we have right at this, and we have center alignment. Right, so this one is easy. text x is gonna be position dot x plus column width column minus padding x. So we have 5 pixels before the right hand side border of the cell. Now over here we need something else, so this is going to be position dot x plus the width, which is here, and we're going to divide this by 2. So we end up with we end up at the very middle of the cell, right? And over here, if our alignment is at center, then all of the text is going to be right at the middle of our cell. Once this is done, what we can also do is declare the y coordinate, which is simply position dot y plus the height of the cell, which is this, divide by 2. So vertically we're going to place all text at the middle. Okay, I want to check if there's a difference between this versus fill text. Fill text is part of the Canvas 2D API, draws the text string at specific coordinates, filling the string in fill string. So any subsequent fill or stroke calls will have no effect on it. Okay. Oh, right. So we're gonna fill the text characters rather than just having their outlines. So we don't need outlines like this. We actually need something like this. So we're gonna use fill text, which seems to have the exact same API. So I'll just write fill text we have the text value over here, so text comma text x comma text y. All right, so now we have our column names, our row numbers visible. Something I'm going to do is essentially center line all of these. This is also going to be a good test of our alignment logic right over here. So what we can do is simply go over here and say cell properties column text align, say center, and just add the same line over here. Okay, now we have the center line. It's looking quite a bit like Google Sheets over here, and now we can actually proceed to the selected range related task, right? So we can move around our selected cell. We if I press arrow keys anymore, we can't go out of bounds, so that is working well. We can move on to this particular item now. Mark this as done, and yeah, let's move on to this one. Okay, so at the very bottom we have our shift key event listener over here. We need a function to handle selecting the ranges, and similar to our arrow keys, we're going to need two modes, one for when we are writing a formula and one for when we are simply moving around the spreadsheet. So over here, I'll just add handle shift arrow keys and pass the key over here. And in here, we can simply write handle shift arrow keys if mode is normal, okay, we're gonna add all of the logic related to expanding a cell range over here. So we've already declared how that's gonna work over here. We have selected cell range. It has a start row, end row, start column, end column. We just need to modify these values and highlight the cells that fall within these boundaries. To do that, we will add another div over here. We already have this div, so we're just going to use it. So similar to this function, remove this log. Similar to this function, we'll create a function that checks if the range can be expanded in the direction of the key. Can selected range be expanded, and add key over here. Over here we can use key, and then over here we can simply write arrow left. So if the way our cell range is going to work is sort of like this. We're gonna have start column, start row, comma, start column. This is going to be set to the same value as our selected cell. And end row and end column are going to determine where our range extends to. So we could, for example, have this at 2, 3, and end row and end column at 3, 4. This would mean all of the cells, including these values, to be in the selected range. This can also go in the other direction, where we have end row and column as something on the other side. So 0, not 0, 0, but 1, 1, for example. So this would mean all of the cells from A1 over here to 2, 3 over here. And okay, like this, because the selected cell is going to determine where our start row and start column is. So these values can go anywhere. This value is going to stay grounded on the selected cell that we had, so that if we press the arrow key again, we lose the selected range and move on to wherever our previous selected cell was. So here we'll check for selected cell range dot end column. This has to be greater than 1. This is very similar to these checks over here. Case right cell range dot end column has to be less than column count minus 1. For up, we're gonna check the row values. So selected cell range dot end row row count minus 1. Okay, this pretty much ends this function. So now we can go back here and simply add this check. Can selected range be expanded? Pass in key. If yes, then so this function is going to be very similar to our handle normal keys function, except that we're gonna be moving ranges over here. So selected cell range dot end column for the down key and row plus equals 1. Okay, this sets the correct values, but we have no way of highlighting the cells which have been selected till now. So what I'll do is modify the div to highlight the cells in some way. We're gonna set a background color over there. I think that's an easy way to handle this. So let's go all the way to draw functions. We have single cell over here. So this is for the cell, this is for the selected cell border. Now we're going to need another function for the selected cell range. So okay, let's select the div first. So we have range, selected range, right? We have selected range div. There's document dot get element by id, selected range. Now for this div, we're gonna need the x and y coordinates, and then the width and the height. These are the values we're gonna calculate. So let's start with x and y. I'll just say range x equals math.min. So we'll simply pick the minimum value between end column and start column. Selected cell range dot column. So I'll actually write range. Okay, we'll modify this later on, but we have selected cell range dot start column. Right now, this is the column number. We have to calculate the exact x coordinate of this column number. Okay, in order to do that, we'll simply use the same function, cell position again. And before that, I'll also we'll rename this to start column. Now this makes more sense. Range start row is math.min, selected cell range dot end row so this gives us our row number and column number. Now we can simply use those over here. So range start row, range start column. This is going to give us the x and y coordinates of this particular cell. So what we can do is simply set this over here. So selected cell, selected range div dot style dot left equals +1 pixels. Same logic as this particular function. Over here, we'll change this to top, change this to y, and we have the top and left values ready. Now we need the width and the height. In order to calculate that, we're gonna have to essentially sum up the column widths and row heights for all of the cells or all of the rows and columns that are within this range. So let me just declare range width, set this to 0, range height, and now selected cell range dot start. Let's start with row. Okay, wait. I have to do this the other way. Start row will be the minimum of selected cell range dot start row, and end row. Right, there's the and end row will be the same thing, but maximum of these two. So now what we can do is simply say start row are less than equals end row r plus, and now we can add up the heights. So range height plus equals row heights r. We'll do the same thing for calculating the total width. Let me copy 4 or 5 lines, paste them over here, and this is going to be start column, end column, start column, end column. Will change all the row values into column values over here. This is fine. We'll change this to C, change this to column, and range width, column widths C. So now we have the total width and the total height. What we can do is add that to the style properties of our div. I'm gonna actually add a condition over here. So if you look at the spreadsheet over here, if we have just one cell selected, we sort of don't get any highlight because the range and the selected cell mean the same thing. But once we go beyond a cell, we sort of get this blue background highlight over here. We're gonna implement the exact same thing. So if selected cell range dot start row not equals to so either this or select the same thing for columns. Start column not equals if this is the case, then selected range div style dot background is, let's give this a blue color with an opacity of 50%. If this is not the case, then we'll simply set this all to 0. what I'll also do is add a border over here. So let's say selected range div dot style dot border, and I'll just say 1 pixel solid. We'll have higher opacity, so 0.8. Awesome. Now we need to add this function within our loop right over here. So selected range. Now if you go over here, okay, this is still not working, so let's debug that. So we have the key presses over here. Let's start here. So console log key. So the keys are being logged over here. Let's move on to this function over here. Actually it should, okay, let's add console logs everywhere right here. And yep, this works. Okay, what I want to do is simply go within this function. Okay, I think I kind of know what's happening, because we had the same bug with our selected cell thing over there. So this is the selected cell border, this is the selected cell range, and yeah, this does not have display set to block. You can actually do that right here. Selected range. We don't need the const. We can simply say style dot display equals block. Okay. Console.log selected cell range. Let's go over here, check the console. So right now this is the same as our selected cell. Now once, okay, so the values don't seem to be changing, and they also seem to be going in the negative range for some reasons. Let's debug how that's happening. Okay, first of all, let's print right changing selected cell range, and then add the key value over here. So this is working. Now we go all the way down here and add selected cell range. Oh, okay. I see what's happening. We aren't really using our drawget function over here. We sort of need to add this somewhere. I think the best place is going to be right here after we have handled all of the data changes. Save this. And why does this value change? We're gonna have to, so we have, let's refresh this. I press shift right and that changes end column from 1 to 0 and end row from 1 to 0, and the other two values remain the same, which is weird. Okay, this is plus equals 1, this is minus equals 1. Go here. Okay, the end row value should still not be changing in any way. Okay, we don't have a break statement over here. I see what's happening. Okay, now our values seem to be updating correctly. We just want to make sure if this gets reflected over here. So we have the background set, we have the border set, we also have these two things. Do we not have the width and height? Okay, let's go all the way over here. Yep. Selected range div style dot width is equals range width in pixels. Copy the same thing, add height over here, go over here. Now we have width and height. But it's still not showing up. Oh, okay. Oh man, we're gonna need the same thing over here. So selected range. Okay, now this is working. We sort of need to, we're gonna reset the range every time we press the arrow keys, but now we can at least see the highlighted cell over here. What I'll do is simply add there's a border over here. We'll remove this border. Okay, we'll go all the way down here. So when we use our arrow keys right over here, before we handle anything related to that, we'll simply reset the selected cell range. Or actually after this, because the values are going to change, so we'll reset it over here. Reset selected cell range. Reset selected cell range. Dot start row equals selected cell dot row. This is actually let me just copy this over here, and row will also be this. Start column is going to be column. Start row end column is going to be column. Right, so now if we select a range and then move around, the range goes away. The color seems kind of odd, so we'll change that. But overall the range is working in pretty much all directions if I use shift plus arrow keys. Let's go all the way up over here. Check our color functions. Okay, let's leave this for now. We'll get into styling a little bit later, but as far as functionalities go, this is now working, so we can move on to the next functionality. So we're over here, mark this as done. Okay, now we have press enter to get in and out of input mode. Okay, all right. Now in order to change the values of the cell, we can't we're gonna need a way to let users type into these cells, but we don't want to really let them type directly into the canvas, so we're gonna overlay another element, an input element, or not really an input element, because like that's gonna give us issues, but a sort of content editable div over here. So the reason for that is if I start writing over here, I should be able to expand the text field as the user keeps on typing in any direction, and that's gonna be easier done with content editable divs as opposed to text areas. Most of the text fields you see, comment boxes, this particular text field are usually implemented that way. So let's get into that. Go over here, add another div, content editable equals true, and ID text input done. Wait. Let's move this here and also add text input. Remove this. Looks much better. We can go here, and now we'll add our text input over here. So the way this will work is, first of all, we'll need to handle the enter key press, and we'll handle it right here. Event.prevent default handle enter key, and this function is going to have a lot of logic because we'll be using enter keys not just to start typing into a cell. In fact, we should be able to start typing into a cell without even pressing enter keys. But once you have, for example, written a formula, if you press enter, it should get executed. It should actually also get executed whenever you move out of the cell. So we'll need to define the functions in that way. Handle enter key. For now, the simplest thing that we can do is deal with the current mode, wherein we don't have anyone typing into any of the cells. So we want to start typing. So we want to make this visible right on top of the cell and highlight that as well. So if you look over here, if we start typing, sort of gets an outline, light blue outline over there. We'll add the exact same thing. We'll probably end up moving this logic in its own function at a later point in time, but for now, just to lay things out in my head, I'm gonna write all of the logic right over here. So text input is document.getElement ID okay, we need to place this exactly okay, so we need to place this exactly over here, right on top of our selected cell border, and also move the focus on that element so that the user can start typing. let's do it somewhat like this, right? Well, what I'll do over here is say text input, and over here this normally will have a display of none, right? We can also use this to determine let's go all the way down here and say if text input dot style this display equals none, then we should display input, right? In order to display input, we'll need a couple of things, and this is where we can copy most of the logic from here. Actually copy pretty much all of this. We'll change the values and everything, but if we go down here, so we get the same position, we don't really need this. In fact, let's actually move this somewhere else. So I'm gonna go all the way up here, copy this and remove this from here, and we're going to add it right over here, right? So now we have access to the text input element pretty much everywhere. So we don't need this line over here. We can simply say text input will have the same position, so these two lines will remain the same. We'll also have the same width, the same height, and instead of border, I'm gonna say outline. Two pixel solid blue. Also, okay, yep, there is a typo. Also, the value should be the contents of the cell so that they can edit it. Select row, selected cell dot column. We probably have some errors somewhere. Line number 24. Okay. Right. Now we can press enter and nothing seems to be happening. Okay, we don't have the focus thing in place yet, but I believe text input dot focus. Not 100% sure if this works the same way as input elements, but yep, this doesn't seem to be working the same way, but we'll get around that. Let's check the elements. Let's check this particular, where is this exactly? Okay, handle enter key. So this should go over here, this should go over here, but I don't think this function is getting called. So I'll just add a couple of console logs over here. Handle enter key, and then display input over here. So handle enter key is here, but this one is not here, which means this is failing. I need to check the value. This doesn't seem to have any value, which is weird. Okay, I'm gonna take a break and then we'll continue this. All right, let's get back to this. Let me just get a sense of where we were. So if I remember correctly, we have our arrow keys working, we have our cell selections working, but we don't have input yet. We can't type anything into these cells. For that, we have created a display input function where we get the cell position for the selected cell and overlay an input element, a text field, on top of the cell in the exact same width and height. Okay, so we have these in place. But this doesn't seem to be working right now. So we have enter key over here. This doesn't call this function. Let's check it out. Display is equals none. Text input dot style dot display. Save this. Refresh this once. Okay. All right. So we have a content editable over here. We have the text input, display is set to none. Okay, so this is the element, this is the styling, and if we go all the way down, okay, so for now we'll come back to this, but for now I want to see the text field in place. I'll just add this over here, and I think this should get cell position is not defined, right? Get cell position is defined inside the draw functions module here. So we need to get this out by returning it over here. Then we go all the way down, and over here we add draw functions. Right. If you go here, press enter, you can see an outline come up. That's the outline over there. It's not moving because we haven't handled what happens when we press arrow keys while we are in the input mode. So we're gonna go over here. We can type over here, by the way, so this sort of works. Okay, but we'll sort of get to this in just a second. Can select cell B, expanded, handle arrow keys, right? So we reset the selected range over here. What we can also do is reset the input. If we reset the input over here, this thing pretty much vanishes. Display style.display equals none. Then right, does this work on content editables? Okay, we'll see. But if we call this and we move around, okay, I'm gonna make the outline a little bit more pronounced so that we can see it. 4 pixels, and we'll keep it to, I don't know, something like this. See, this is the outline that I'm talking about. Now we can type over here and we can move around. The value doesn't stay in because when the input field vanishes, we haven't really written down the value in our spreadsheet data. And if we don't have it in our spreadsheet data, it's not gonna be rendered when we draw the entire grid over here. So we're gonna have to do a couple of things over here. Before this happens, what I want to do is simply log out the inner HTML for this. So remember, this is a content editable div. It's not an input element, so it does not have value and things like on change listeners, which gives you a lot of flexibility to implement a lot of functionalities. For example, when you type multiple lines or when you paste multiple lines over here, you can let it expand as per the size of the text, things like that. But you sort of need to add your own code for handling the cursor position, for highlighting text, things like that. We'll sort of get into that at a later point in time. Right now I want to focus on having a basic input in place and then moving on to some basic formula executions. But for now, if you want to take the value from over here, we're going to use the inner HTML, plain and simple. what I'm also gonna do is remove all of these console logs. All right. Okay, if I go here, press enter, type hello, and then move out, I get whatever I typed over here, which means now I can add it to the spreadsheet data. And we're gonna do exactly that right over here by saying spreadsheet data. Okay, so this is happening over here, which means the selected cell has moved. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple of things. Text input dot style dot display equals block. So if the text input was in place, we're gonna use selected cell dot row selected cell dot column equals this over here. Right, and we blur this out. I'm not 100% sure if this is the best implementation we can have over here, but let's go with this for now. The other thing, we're gonna remove this and essentially go somewhere over here, paste this. Now if I go here, type something, move out, you can see that the cell actually takes in that value, which is great. There's a couple of rough edges over here because number one, the value is still over here. If I go to any other cell and I press enter, the input field has the same value, and if we move out, the new cell that we are at also gets the same value. So that's it's not what we want. We're gonna fix that right now. So right after we've set this value within our spreadsheet data, we can actually get rid of this. So text input dot right now, if I type hello, go to the cell A2 over here, press enter, it's a blank field, I can write something else and the cell takes that value, right? I can also use numbers, right? I can pretty much type anything. There's a bunch of like styling, formatting issues. For example, if I type something over here, it's like there should be a little bit of padding, things like that. We'll sort of, okay, let me just add a little bit of padding, and then we'll move on from here and get back to the input related functionalities, handling multiple lines, things like that later on. So we're over here, what we can also do is style is 5 pixels. will this do the job? Sort of. Okay, it's doable for now. Let's go over here and we'll do a couple of things over here. So number one, we're looking at this task. Press enter to get in and out of input mode. The other thing we haven't really considered is like we can get out of input mode by just pressing an arrow key, but we can't by pressing the enter key. And so we're gonna handle that over here. Input.display block. What I want to do is essentially reset text input. Right now, if I press enter, type in hello, press enter again, nothing really happens. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, I think what's happening over here is log enter key press, go here, obviously F, press enter again, does happen. Okay. We want to also do something over here, which is we can actually do this pretty simply by using the handle arrow keys. So you go down here, instead of using this, I'm going to say handle arrow keys and then pass in arrow down over here, because it's the same behavior whether you press enter or down key. So type in hello, move on, press enter, word, move on. Awesome. So this is done, but I'm going to create a couple of other things. Handle multi-line input, then go into input mode when the user starts typing. Awesome. Okay, we'll get to these. For now, we have a very basic spreadsheet in place. We can move around, we can type stuff into the spreadsheet. I wonder what happens if you just keep typing. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's weird, but okay. We'll also have to handle the delete key of sorts. Should be able to delete stuff just by pressing delete key. Delete the contents of cells, cell or cell range. Anyhow, we're over here. Let's get into the most exciting functionality over here, which is formulas. Now we're gonna start with some very basic formulas, right? So we're gonna use we're gonna be dealing with simple expressions like equals a1 plus a2. things like that, right? Now, in order to evaluate these expressions, I don't really want to parse all of these expressions myself, writing a parser, including all of the edge cases and things like that, is not the best idea, considering we already have really good parsers that have been written and that are available. So one of them, I believe, is Math.js. If you go over here, this is what we're looking for, right? Like if you have a mathematical expression, this is going to evaluate it. It even does it for when your expression has units. We don't really need that. But if we have an expression like this, it's going to evaluate it and give you the final value, which makes things really easy as far as basic formula go. So we're going to use this. Okay, copy this over here, go on to index.html, actually paste this right here. Again, now we should be able to use this. We have this in place, so we can just directly use the math object. We're going to use math.evaluate. Great. Okay, now let's see. So the way we're going to do this is, right now, if you press enter, type something. So let's say I type 1 and 2, and now over here I type a1 plus a2, right? Now if I move out of this cell, either by pressing enter key or arrow keys, it should read the values for these cells and evaluate that expression, paste the value over here, but also keep the formula handy, because later on, if you move on to this cell, I should not be editing the value 3, I should be editing the formula. Moreover, if I change any of these values, so if I go over here and I type 2, right? That was a little bit weird. Let me actually, let's go over here. We're gonna get to this, all of these styling related stuff, but I'm just gonna hack my way through over here. So anyhow, if I go over here and I don't know, type 2, yeah. So if I had a formula over here, the value should change as soon as I change any of these values. So for that, we're gonna need to keep a track of dependencies, right? So if I change a value over here, what are the formulas I need to re-execute? And this is sort of where you get into this issues with cyclic dependencies, right? So if you have a formula over here, and let's say you have another formula over here that depends on this cell, and the formula on this cell depends on this cell, so you have a cycle over here, so you need to handle it. You essentially need to stop the cycle. Like we're not going to get into cyclic computations. If we find a cycle, we're going to essentially stop the execution over there. Before that, we will need a bunch of things to keep track of all of this stuff. So number one is we need formulas in cell. I'm just going to declare an object over here, The way this is gonna work is we'll have the cell name over here, for example A2, and then the formula expression. I think this should work. Okay. The other thing is dependencies. So formulas, I don't know. Dependent on cell, right? Here you could have multiple stuff over here, so let me actually get over here. So what we're gonna have, let's say we have cell name over here A1. We're gonna have a list. This list should consist of two things. One is going to be the output cell name. So let's say this is A3 over here, right? And then this should actually be enough, because we can refer to the formula inside the cell A3 by just looking at this over here. So you don't really need much. So if I write A3 is dependent on this, and let's say, I don't know, C1 is dependent on this. So if you have two formulas, let's say A1 plus B1. So right now A1 will have both C1 and A3 in their dependencies, and for each of them we can check the formula inside those cells by looking inside this object, then execute them both, get the values updated, and we'll be done. Okay, works. Actually remove this. And just add it over here for reference. Okay, so we have this in place. Now what we'll do is we're gonna go over here, right? So this is what happens when you have any normal cell contents being added by the user, but if this represents a formula, we're gonna have to do something else for you. Let's declare something value. I'm just gonna keep this super simple. Starts with equals. Right, pass this here. This is the case. If this is not the case, right, if this is indeed the case, we're going to do something else. We need to execute update update this and this. So update whatever this was, right? Okay. Let's start with the basic execution, right? Okay, there's also another step over here, somewhere down here, where we will go through the dependents, and recalculate their values, right? This is something we're gonna have to add. For now we are here. So what I'll do is how do we go about doing this? Okay, so this is the procedure I have in mind. We take an expression like this, then we find all the cell names within this expression. So over here it's A1 and A2. Then we fetch the values within these cells, replace these cell names with their values, so we get an expression like, and then we use math.js evaluate function, right? There might be drawbacks with this, but for now I think I'm gonna go with sort of an implementation, and we'll sort of fix the problems as they come in. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Okay, so in order to do this, okay, the first thing I'm going to do is basically say expression is expression dot replace all. Yeah, let's replace all. I'm gonna remove the equal sign, right? And I'm gonna create a regex over here. So cell name regex, and this one should have a C plus followed by digit. I believe this should work. Never too sure about regexes. We'll see. Now what I want to do is expression with value. Expression dot replace, right? And I'm gonna say cell name regex, right? Whenever we get match, we're gonna say should we let's see, do we have convert? Don't have anything like that. So what I'm gonna do here is, okay, first up, I wanna get the value in this cell, and match is the cell name, so it's gonna be something like A3. What I need from this is the row and column number, so 3,1. Let me actually create a function just for this. So convert cell name to row call cell name. How do you do that? Okay, so we want to separate the letters first, so I'm gonna say column letters cell name, and let's just do a match. So A to Z plus, and I'm gonna go for group 0. Let row num, I'm gonna say cell name digits, and I'm gonna parse this, so parse int right. Okay, now this is the row number, pretty straightforward. For columns, for the column number, we're gonna have to calculate this. So column number 0, column letters length. Now what I want to do is I'm gonna take column letters dot char code at I. I'm gonna subtract A. So for A we're gonna get 0, for B we get 1, we add that with 1. Right now, for each character, we're gonna essentially add this, but we're also gonna call num. How about this? So let's say we have just the column B, right? Let's work it out over here. So if we have B, we only have 1 iterations, so this becomes 0 and this turns to 2. So far so good. Let's say we have A, B. So we're gonna have on iteration 1, column number will become 1. Then column number will become 26 plus 2, which is the right value. Yep, this works. Okay, now all we gotta do is return this. I'm gonna return an object, row num column. Awesome. You can go back here and now we can use this to get the value for any cell using this cell name. So what we gotta do over here, how do we replace this? I guess we have our formula is the entire expression. Okay, we gotta get the value over here, right? So what we can do is spreadsheet data, and over here we basically say value. It's a row call equals convert cell name. I'm gonna say match, and then we'll call dot column. So this gives us the data and the expression. It replaces the cell name with the value inside the cell, but we also gotta handle the dependencies. So what we want to do is we have something called formula in cell. This is okay, but we have something Where is that? Let's go all the way up. Yep, executions dependent on cell. And this essentially, it has the cell name followed by a list of cell names where you need to re-execute the calculations. So if I go back here, I gotta say executions dependent on cell, and since this is the cell that we're talking about, we gotta essentially say this is an empty array. Right. And then oh wait, that's not how we do it. What we gotta do is check first of all if match exists over here, right? Okay, so if match, then we gotta add this. So executions dependent on cell for the key it's just an empty array. Now we can match push, and we can simply add the cell name for which we are executing this particular formula. And we don't have that over here, so we gotta pass that in. So output cell name here, output cell. Awesome. So we handle this, yep, and then we return. So this gives us our evaluated expression. Now what we can do is return math dot, no, not this math dot evaluate expression with was. Right, and if this doesn't work, I'm just gonna console log over here, not even console log, console.error, and I'm gonna say error evaluating this followed by the error. I think this is fine. We can also return something, so I'll just return what's the value, this, and this is what will show up in this set, and we're gonna be able to see the error in our logs. Okay, now that this is done, what we gotta do, go over here. Okay, so we are here, say execute and input well, right, comma selected cell. But we don't actually want the selected cell. What we want is the cell name. Okay, we sort of need like a reverse version of this function over here. So convert row column to cell name, row comma column. And over here so we actually have this already, so it's pretty simple. We need the column name plus the row to string. Sorry. Now we can go here and simply say convert column to cell name, selected cell dot row dot column. Once we're done with this, we sort of get result over here. Now we gotta update the formula in cell. So we have formula in cell, and this one also has the cell name as the key and the expression as the value. And actually okay, each cell, yep, this works. So we're gonna go back here. We'll just extract this out, say cell name, right? And what I can do is now just add selected cell name over here, selected cell name over here, and then the expression is the well, executions dependent. We have already done this, so okay, now that we're through this, we can finally column equals result over here. I don't know why we have, why is this blank? Okay, column, yeah, not this, the result over here. We can essentially just take this value, add this over here, boom. Okay, let's see where we are. Just gonna refresh this once. Equals A1 plus A2, boom. Okay, nothing really happened, but we have some errors over here. Expression is not defined. this? Expression is here. It's here. It's here. What's the how does this happen with autocomplete? Okay. Awesome. See that? Now we actually have a very basic version. B1. Awesome. Okay, what if I update the values? What happens then? I'm guessing nothing is gonna happen. If we say 2, yep, these 2 are not re-executed. So we have them marked as dependents, but we aren't really re-executing the formulas. So we're gonna get over here. What we want to do is essentially execute more formulas depending on what we have over here. So in this case, this is fine, this is fine. Okay. Go through the dependents and recalculate their values, right? If, right, simply this is turning out to be really useful. We'll pull this out, place this here. I'm gonna say selected cell name. If it has dependencies, we're gonna go through them. So executions dependent on cell, select cell name dot length, const cell name to be executed. Essentially this at index I. All right, now what we wanna do is also take out the formula. So I'm going to say const expression, formulas in cell name to be executed. Now that we have this, you can simply call execute, pass in expression. The output cell name is the cell name to be executed. Boom. Okay. Let's test this out. Right. 2 A1 plus A2. Awesome. I'm just gonna write 3 here. A1 star B1. Awesome. Now I'm gonna go here, update this to 2, press enter, and it just hangs. Okay. Okay. We have formula in cell. This is fine. This is fine. Where does it get stuck? Why is it stuck? Okay, if we call this function, we don't really do anything with that. Okay. Let's fix this one step at a time. So the result is the execution, and then we're gonna say okay, convert cell name to row column. Okay, why do we need this? We already know the row column is. Why do we need this? Selected cell, row, selected cell, column, and we update the value to the result. Boom. And once this is done, where does this get called? It gets called here. Which gets called from here. It's pretty much okay. Seems to be fine. Let me check. Remove this. No need for this. I'm also gonna log. Yep. I'm gonna remove this as well. I'll just refresh this. Why is this stuck? Why is it stuck? Huh. Do I have an infinite loop somewhere? If selected cell name over here, then we loop through the dependents, we get the expression, execute the expression, update the value, get out of this, and end this. Why? Okay, let me comment this out, save it. Okay, this is working. Before I uncomment this, I'm just gonna do a bunch of console logs over here. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna uncomment this line. So log, right? I'm gonna go through this over here. And sort of like, what does execute do? The execute looks for cell names, replaces cell names with their values. Okay, wait a second. So we're over here, we have updated. So let's say we are changing, we have this, right? And we're changing A1. We have an expression over here, an expression over there. For changing A1, this is not true. We come here, we simply update the spreadsheet data, and then we check if it has dependents, which it does. And I just want to check the contents of this. Okay, let's go with that. Solve here, over here. Equals A1 plus A2. Let's say I have 2. Right. So I have one dependent, which is A3. That's as expected. Let me write 1 star B1, right? Now I'm gonna write 3, and over here we can see we have two dependents, A3 and C1. Both of them need to be recalculated. What happens when we recalculate, right? So we okay, so we have no problem till here. I'm pretty sure of that. Right, we have the expression. Wait, what? Okay, we have the loop. We have the loop over here. Log expression. I'm pretty sure this will work. One, two, so we have both of the expressions coming in. This is fine. I think the problem happens when we execute this. So let's go over here and see what's happening. So we sort of go over here. Should be a one-way street, but okay. Go over here, like, okay, equals A1 plus A2. The expressions that should come over here are A1 and A2. Convert cell name to row column. We get 1, 1, 2, 1. Okay. If match not in executions, if it's not there, then okay, so this won't be executed, it's just fine. But then we come over here And oh, I see what's happening. Okay. We're continuously just adding the same cell over here, which I believe puts this in an infinite loop. Okay. What we're gonna do is first check executions depending on cell. What do we want over here? I'm gonna check if this includes the output cell name, right? And if it does, if it does not include the output cell name, and we add it. Okay, I think we've solved the problem. Go over here and comment this and comment this. Let's see what's happening. One star B1, boom. Okay, wait, what? Okay, it's weird. So we have the result over here. Okay, we don't want to update this. This is not beyond update. Okay, get it. Cell name to be executed. We get it from here. Cell to be executed. We have the name and we have the row and column, right? So I'm just gonna say convert cell name to row and column, cell name to be executed, and over here what we're gonna do is cell to be executed, cell to be executed. Awesome. Now I'm gonna update this and both the values, boom, this got updated, this got updated as well. The entire thing now works as expected. Now there's still one problem, right? Let's say I have another expression over here that says a 3 star 100. It works right now, but let's say I update this, right? I'm gonna change this to 3, so this gets changed to 5, but this does not get executed. And for this reason we need to call this recursively with some checks in place so that it does not go into a cyclic dependency. But anyhow, we'll get it over here somewhere. What I got to do is, when we are executing something, we are executing it pretty much we're executing it over here. Once we do execute this, we need to, okay, where should I add the recursion? Okay, so instead of this, what I'm gonna do is create function recalculate dependence. Okay, over here, what I want is cell name. We find this, gonna iterate fact, just keep this as it is. I'll just update this. Awesome. So we're gonna do all of this over here, but over here what I want to do is, once I've updated the value for a given cell, I want to actually go ahead and recalculate the dependence for that cell as well. And okay, I'm gonna create another function over here, update cell value. We're gonna go ahead going to take a cell name and also the input val over here. And what we can do is sort of, first of all, we can replace this recalculate dependence. You can add selected cell name over here. Then we can take this, paste it here, selected cell name, input val. This is gonna work. But, and what I'm gonna do over here is simply call update cell value with so we need the cell name over here, right? Okay, so we have cell name to be executed. What else do we have over here? Okay, with the new value, okay, I want to check this over here. This is not where I want to check. Let's just say this is the value. Okay, and not the value, just the result. And copy this stuff back here, and instead of doing this, I want to do this. What I really want to do is, instead of this, I want to say update cell value. Here I can say selected cell name. Okay, and gonna say result right here. I'm gonna say update cell value, selected cell name, and the input value. Okay, so this is it's not an expression that needs to get executed, so we can just simply pass that. All right, now we're here. I'm gonna say spreadsheet data. Okay. Just gonna cell call again. Convert cell name. Selected cell name. Okay, why do I need this? Cell name. Cell name. Yes. Call dot row. What? Call this. Going to be the value. Okay, so this updates the value over here, this updates the value over there. Okay. Right, this is going to do its job. We can get rid this. What I want to do is essentially check if there's a cycle, right? Because if somehow we arrive over here, this calls recalculate dependence, which can call update cell value with the same cell name again, which would lead to a loop between these two functions. So that's going to be a problem. So we're gonna check over here. How do we check? Okay, go over here, check cycle, cell name. I'm gonna need start cell name, right? And we're gonna keep this. This is actually it's actually gonna be like depth first search. See, algorithms do come in handy. Okay, how will we start this check? So what I want to essentially do over here is call this function check cycle with the cell name. This is the starting cell name again, right? And if this returns true, we're gonna simply do something like circular reference font, and we'll just return. Okay, but how will this work? What I'll do is, first of all, cell name is the start cell name, right? If this is okay, so if we arrive at the same cell name and because this is gonna happen the first time we call this function, so sort of need visited to have some elements. then return true. Right. Okay. If okay, visited dot push some. Now what I'll do is this cell name is found over here, and I'll go deeper over here. So we'll simply say executions dependent on cells. Okay. Let depends executions cell name and it's gonna be what's this gonna be? It's gonna be list of cell names. Okay, if I go here, no, not that's Python over there. Okay, depends. Just gonna set this, and over here I'll check cycle again. Now I'm gonna say C comma start cell name comma visited. Alright, so it's gonna check later down the line for the dependence of cell C over here, right? So we keep on checking down the dependencies. If at any point in time this returns true, and we return true. This does not happen, return false. What else? Okay, what if we visit a cell again? Visited dot includes cell name. We've already processed this. We can just return false over here. It's this sort of, yeah, it sort of does it. Let's see it in action. Right. So we're gonna say a1 plus 2. Here I'm gonna say a3 star 100, right? And let me add another one, right? So a4 by 100. Now if I update this all the way here, all of these three values should change. So I'm gonna change this to 2, and boom, everything gets recalculated. Now this is actually looking like a proper functional spreadsheet over here. Okay, great. We're done with one major task over here now. So we had basic formula support over here. Move this to done. We have a bunch of other stuff to get started with. Go into input mode when the user starts typing. Okay, let's go with this one, right? Because this is something as I play around with this, I'm actually feeling tiny bit annoyed when I can't just start typing into a cell. I have to actually press enter to go into input mode. So how is this gonna work? So we're handling arrow keys. Over here. Okay. Reset. Okay. So we have arrow keys. We have shift plus arrow keys. Enter. Right. What else? Okay. So over here we can sort of go around. Okay, let's add another condition, right? And over here I just want to check if it's an alphanumeric, should we be able to process special characters? Should definitely be processing equals. What about the other ones? Well, I think what we can do is we don't want to process keys like command, control, shift, things like that, right? So what we can do over here is we can say this, right? I think this should be good enough. If you find exceptions later on, we'll change this. But over here, what we should be able to do is this part of okay, just go back here, move around, and if I start typing, awesome, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, great. Where was I? Move this to done. Click to select cells. Okay, we'll get to that. All right. Handle delete keys, handle multi-line input, use arrow keys to select cells while typing formula, highlight cells. These are two high priority items. Right, I'm gonna move this as well. Functions within formula. Yep. So right now we can only process expressions which have no functions. So you can have equals a1 plus a2 plus a3 plus a4. You can't have equals sum and add a range over there, right? So like this, like this, is gonna work, but this, yeah, is not gonna work. See, undefined function sum. Okay, let's go ahead and deal with this one. All right, I'm gonna functions within formula. Okay, 47% done as per this list of functionalities. Okay, awesome. So we are executing everything over here, right? What we're essentially doing is just replacing cell names with their values and then using math.js to evaluate the entire expression. This is fine, but this is not gonna work if we have functions. If we have functions, and we're gonna be supporting a bunch of functions, right? Like over here, we should support, let's start with like sum and average, right? Right, so this is it's an expression with a function. We gotta first detect that, and if that's the case, we're not gonna deal with like this line of processing. We'll move this somewhere else. So I'm gonna say is function present expression. We're gonna go with some naive implementations over here. We'll update these if we find exceptions, or if we can think of exceptions at a later point in time. I just want to have a quick and dirty baseline version over here. So what we want is does this work? Go over here. Cannot use, okay. This is what happens when you keep switching between Python and JavaScript. JavaScript substring check. Includes works, okay. Let's see. Some includes, right, okay. What I'm gonna do is expression dot includes this, right? Because this is not a good check, because you can actually have these in normal expressions as well. So okay, let's go all the way to the top. Or no need, we'll just do it over here, right? So what I'm gonna do is create function list, right? And this one has sum and average, right? And what I'm gonna do is list basically say f, not f brackets, boom, close bracket. So this is the case, we return true, not turn false. Okay. So okay. Can even add, let's just leave it at this. What I'm gonna do is check, right? If this is the case, we're gonna do a different execute function expression. Yeah, that's fine. And output cell name. Cell name. And what we'll do over here is not do any of this. We'll just return. Okay. Now we gotta process the functions. So if we're looking at sum, we will expect both of these. We'll expect a cell range. Cell range will essentially be cell name number 1 colon cell name number 2, right? So for example, A1 to C3, right? If you go over here, this is A1, this is C3, so this is the range. Okay, first thing we gotta do is extract this out. Awesome. Here, what we want to do is say extract false, and I'm going to say is ch equals this extract equals true. Alright, and well, actually what we'll do is go here, continue, right? If extract is true, let me do something. Okay, ch extract, then we set extract false, and we just break. Otherwise, if extract is true, we can just grab things, right? We can say right, so we're gonna say let range sol range plus equals ch, right? So once we're done with this, we'll have a valid cell name. We should have a valid cell range over here, otherwise the we should throw an error. But okay, if we have a cell name over here, okay, so we're gonna use the same thing over here. We'll go do this and okay, first I wanna write some helper functions over here because these are turning out to be really large functions. Maybe we'll refactor this later on, but what I want to do, so if we have a function where we're checking for this, okay, here, right? So we have this function list. I actually wanna do something like this, right? Function map maybe. So what I'm gonna do is instead of having a function list, I want to create a map. So this, okay, over here I have some, I'm gonna point it to function over here, right? Right. Get rid of this. So some func, right? We're gonna do is like a cell range. If it's a valid cell range, we're gonna return the sum. If you have numerical values within all the cells, that is. If not, we're gonna return the NA. Alright. So we're here, right? Like let's do this here. Over here, all we really want to do expression includes this. Okay, all we really want to do is extract the function name and call this function over here. Let's do this one first. Say if you have cell range, match these regex, right? Oops. Names, and in this case we have two checks. So cell names dot length should be 2. Not equals to 2, just return this. Right. Otherwise we need to calculate the sum. I'm just gonna say, right, and now we need, what do we need? need the rows and columns, right? So we're gonna say C1 equals cell names 0. To wrap this around, convert cell name to row column. Copy this. Right now, all we need to do is iterate over this. So we're gonna say letter R, min, we're gonna say C1 dot row, comma C2 dot row, then R less than equals math dot max, same thing, plus, right. I'm gonna do the same thing for columns. Just copy this over here. C equals, place this with max. Right now we're iterating over all the cells, and what we can do is add everything up. Before adding, I want to check if there are indeed numbers, and I think there's like a rather long way to do that. Is string number. There's this Stack Overflow thread about it, right? You have a whole bunch. I think there's a table down here. If you go all the way here, you're gonna see like this is what each of these options mean. What we primarily need is okay, this is weird, but okay. This should it be a number? Okay, we would want it to be a number, so we're gonna go with either of these two. This should also be this. Okay, this cross doesn't mean anything. Null. Okay. Undefined infinity. How is infinity a number? What? Unwanted infinity. Okay, we'll go with this one. Is finite input. Finite spreadsheet data RC. Right. If this is true, just okay. What does is finite really give you? It gives you a true info. If I use a float. Yeah, we're gonna do a parse float. Awesome. If this is not the case, then we can actually just return the error thingy. It's true. Once this is done, we can simply return S. Right, now all we need to do is call this function with the cell range somewhere over here. Right, and for that we actually let func false, follow the same logic. Ch equals equal, right? Then extract func true. If extract func, then extract func equals false. Need to continue down. Extract func name. Now we have the func name, we have the cell range, we just need to call. What we're gonna do is we'll simply say if name map, then call the cell range. Right. We can even, this can include any number of parameters, because we're simply extracting everything out between the parentheses. So instead of saying cell range, we can just say params. Right. Good. And we just return whatever comes out of this, right? Or do we return again? We're gonna say const result turn. Okay, so here over here we're simply returning the values. There's this extra bit. Thing is, we haven't added dependencies. So this is fine. This is also fine. This is where we've missed a thing. So we need to add dependencies. Right. So for all of these cells, add dependency. This is why we have the output cell name. Oh god, okay. Have to do this better. Okay, we have cell range. I'm actually gonna switch this to param string. Then what we do is we sort of go over here, say param string equals this, and then output cell name equals output cell. So here So range equals string. So this is fine, this is fine. Now we're gonna go over here and say this logic is going to be very similar to what we have over here, right? We're gonna check if the current cell, is present in executions dependent on cell object. If not, we create an empty array, then we essentially just add. So we're gonna just copy this here, paste this. Now instead of match, we have what do we have exactly? Convert R, comma C, and we can replace this with C. Right, so now we've essentially, okay, we've added all the dependencies. We're done with this. Run average function is not defined. True. Average function string. The reason we can simply just implement this is because it's just one more line apart from this exact thing. So what we're gonna do is say const s equals run some function, outputs name, right? If it's finite, just simply need to divide this by the number of cells present in the range. Okay, I guess we sort of I'm just gonna make it a little bit messy over here. Basically, if you have this, you can sort of do this. Okay. Do this. Count nums 0. Actually, we don't really we don't need to do this. Simply say yes c1 row, right, minus c2 dot row plus 1, this star exact same thing, except columns. Remove all of that, place this here. Yeah, we can remove this. Return spy nums, right? This, yeah, I don't need this. This can't be 0, so we're done for this. Now, yeah, sum and average are both gonna start working. So let's test this out. Here, right, equals sum a1 till a5. Okay, there's an error. 7. Wait, what? Is this because... Okay, I think I know what's happening over here. The inner HTML probably added a BR tag because our expression went into the second line. Don't really want that, so we're gonna have to fix that somewhere within the input. Not there. Here. Start width. Right. So we've set the width over here. What if I change this to min width? Okay. Sum to a5. Still have an error. Let's do a console log over here. This is what I'm interested in. What's the exact expression that is being passed? Equals a1 to a5. This is fine, which means the problem is somewhere else. Okay, so if this is valid, we should check the actual function we're using while evaluating, which is over here. I have a feeling we're not extracting the cell range correctly. Equals sum a1 till a5. So this is correct, which means so we go over here, we have the cell names, cannot read properties. 227 over here. Convert cell to row number. So over here we call this function I see. This should be 1. There's no third cell over here. Let's try this out. Equals sum a1 to a5. $273 cannot access C before initialization. Because C is over here. Let me just say the C name. C name. If C name here. This remains the same. Okay. Awesome. All right, so this is the sum expression. This is working, which means our average should also be working now. Equals average 5. Okay, I believe this has, where do we go? Average function, right? So this was problem number 1. This is fine. This was problem number 2. Oh, okay. We haven't really used the sum over here, so before this step, let's calculate the sum. The way we're gonna do that is by, okay, we don't need this. Awesome. So this is the sum, this is the average. And if I change any of these cells, for example, both of these numbers change automatically. So we have some basic formulas working right now. Let's check over here. So we wanted sum, average, these two are done. We also want min and max. Let's go ahead and add those to our function list or to our function map essentially. Run min. So just because the implementation logic is going to be very similar, I'll just club them together somewhere here and just call some wrapper functions from within our execute function. So over here, I need the param string, output cell name, and this. Or actually, I don't even need this. Now we'll just copy everything from here. And instead of sum, we need so this is not the best way to do it. We'll change this later on, but I just want to check if everything is working correctly till this point. So we have minval, maxval, and we add the dependencies. This is fine. And then over here, as float, parse float v. Okay. Right. And instead of returning s, we'll just return an object which contains both minval and maxval. Okay, I've added this at the wrong place. Right. Now we can use this over here, for example, and all we need to do is say const result equals run min max, pass everything. Right now, if let me just check something. We're here. Type of object. Awesome. So what we're gonna do is check if this is an object, because this could return the error state over here in case one of the cells does not contain a number. In that case, we'll just return the error state as well. But if not, type of result equals object. We'll return result dot minval, right? If this is not the case, we can simply return the result, which will contain this value. And similarly, we can return the max value for the max function. Okay, let's just test this out. Equals min a1 a5. Awesome. Equals max a1 a5. Great. If I change something, I'll make this 50. I'll make this minus 300. Both of the expressions are working just fine. So now we can move on. So this is done, this is done, this is also done. VLOOKUP. Okay. Well, sort of, let's take care of this at a later point in time. So we have functions with formula. Move this to done. Create a new ticket. Create handle complex function expressions. Okay. Handle delete key to delete the contents of cell or cell range. That sounds interesting. So all of our keys are being handled over here. Right. Let's add another handler. Let me check. Human dot again, let me remove this. Simply console log key. Right. If I go here, okay, this is the key name over here. So we'll just add another condition. Now, if this is the case, we're going to do two things. If we have a selected cell range, we need to turn all of the values blank, including the formulas. So delete selected cell contents and delete selected range. Right. Okay, let's start with the selected cell first. So we want to do two things. Number one is pretty straightforward. Selected cell dot row, selected cell dot column, and this. The other thing is if so, where do we go? Okay, here. So we need the cell name. We need to check in this map, and then we need to delete anything over there, and also anything over here. Do we need to delete anything over here? No, we don't. This does not get deleted until, okay, if we find, so let's say our selected cell is B2, right? If we find B2 over here, we delete it. But if we find B2 as a key in this map, we don't really delete it. What we're gonna do is we'll look for B2 inside the values over here. And then, so let's say we have one expression over here. We delete that. And we just delete the cell name from within this array. So let's go back. Name, convert, and if and if we find this here, we are bound to find it somewhere within here. Wait, what was the other value? Oh, okay. We're bound to find it somewhere within here. So we'll check both of them within the scope. Okay, how do you? Okay. Delete. So selected cell. And over here, we need to. Okay, we're gonna have to iterate through all of this. So. For let key of executions dependent on cell dot keys. Now just gonna say v is equals then we need if v dot includes selected cell name, okay, I'll just use this. New v equals v dot filter here, selected name. If v includes, okay, then we can replace this value over here, and we'll do this for every key inside this object, which should complete the job. And in fact, let me separate this logic into another function, because we'll be using this for every cell inside the selected cell range if there is one. So I'll just say delete cell contents, row column. Let's go over here. So if we have the row column, we don't need these. Remove this. Remove these as well. Everything else remains the same. And okay, now what we can do is call this here, selected cell dot row, selected cell dot column. Now we'll handle the range. Delete the okay. Handle normal shift arrow keys. So we have selected cell range, we have selected, we have okay. And then we reset the selected cell range. Okay, so typically selected cell range will always have just one cell over here, in which case we do not really care. So if I go down here, I need to check if selected cell range dot start row equals end row and dot end column. Okay, if this is the case, so we don't really need to do anything over here. I'll just reverse this. So if either of these are not equal to each other, we need to iterate over all of these cells, and iterating is kind of easy because we have some similar logic over here. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll have to change most things anyhow. This. Okay, done. Delete cell contents R comma C. Boom. Now we can simply add handle delete key, and event dot prevent default. Okay, let's test this out. Oh, I think I know what's happening. So after this is done, right, awesome. And if I select everything, great. The only thing I want to check right now if the formula dependencies are also getting deleted correctly, and for that okay, I'll just add a console log here, say executions. Okay, so let's say we have these numbers here, and if we have a formula, let's say sum. Okay. Okay. So what we need to do is we only need this function to execute when we are not typing, right? So if we have, it's kind of similar to this. Okay. So this is working just fine, but if I just write 5, not A5, A3. What? Okay. Now, if let me see. So right now we have 2 objects over here. A4 contains this expression. A1 has a dependency on A4. A2 has a dependency. A3 has a dependency. Now, if I delete A4, actually, let me add. Okay. Now, if I delete if I delete A4, all of these A4s should go away, and this one should also go away. So let's check that out. Press delete, and we have an error. Dot keys is not a function. Okay. What? Okay. just remove this, add it here, delete this entire expression. Okay, let's see. 1 2 3 equals sum a2 a3. I'm gonna add the exact same expression here. Now I go ahead, I have these things, I go ahead and delete this. Okay, the value gets deleted, the expression gets deleted from here, the dependencies get deleted as well. So this is working just fine. Great. Text alignment within cells. Okay, I'll get to that. Overflowing cell contents, handle multi-line input, handle complex expressions. I just realized something when I think we should add something for handle command plus C, command plus V, copy paste. Okay. Let's do the highlight stuff first, right? These are, I mean, they're really handy, but my main focus is still on the calculations that happen over here. So I want to make sure that functionality works well. So we're gonna work on this first, right? We need to use arrow keys to select cells while typing formula. Okay. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. Let's say I'm here. If I want to select A1, I can just use my arrow keys, select A1, then type plus, go ahead, select A2, type plus, select A3, press enter, the formula is there, right? In order for that to work, we need to make sure that our arrow keys, this is why we had modes, right? Like if we have mode equals normal, the arrow keys work as normal. If not, we use, or we show a different selection box, that one that represents the cell being added to your expression, and it's gonna have a dashed border, for example, and that is what we're gonna move around if the mode is not normal. Like if mode is here. So how do we do that? Okay, first of all, we gotta identify when we should let someone use their arrow keys to do this sort of a thing. Case one is when they've just typed equals, right? For example, if you have You need to have, okay, if I have bracket, I can still do this. So it should be a bracket. It can't be a number, right? It can't be a letter. Yeah, this is not, we're gonna get to this later, but yeah, this is not the same mode. So if we have equals, if we have brackets, if we have plus, anything like this, we should be able to move around. How do we check this? So we'll go all the way here. Actually, we don't have anywhere. Okay. Okay, this is where we're gonna check. Does the mode, the mode is actually always normal. So I'm gonna create a function that checks if the arrow keys should move the selected cell for what we are typing, or if it should just have the default behavior. Check if the way we can do that is we have this text input, right? We can check what has been typed so far within this value. Now this is the case. All I want to check is okay, I want to check if this is essentially, it's not useful. Yeah, okay. Okay, let me try some random things out. So if we have something like some over here, then we say ends with, not ends with, okay. So this gives us the last character. Now we need to check if this is not, this shouldn't be a number and this shouldn't be any one of the alphabets either. So okay. Right. if this is what we need. Const last char. Now just write this here. Const code / char 0. If code is any one of these, return false. Okay. If not, yep, we can actually directly just return this stuff. So return false, Python syntax again, return true. And we can actually add this check right here. And now we need to implement this function. So what we want is this little orange cell selection. Let's go over here, selected cell. Let's create another one, call it doing this. There's a bunch of repetitions over here, and I do want to fix this. Actually, I don't even need these to be 1, 1. So first we need something exactly like this. And instead of repeating this function, all I want to do is, okay, let me extract this logic over here. Can cell be shifted? C. Here we can this. We also need the key. R comma C comma key. Right, now we can use the same logic. Can shifted key no. Go back here. Shifted key. So this prevents our highlighted cell from going out of bounds. Once this is in place, we do not need to reset text input like this. So we'll also have a highlighted cell range over here, but we'll get to that. Let's copy this part first. So instead of selected cell formula, selected cell formula, selected cell formula. So this is going to move the position of the highlighted cell while we are typing a formula according to our arrow keys. But what do we do after that? So we want the cell name to show up here. We also and when we type, so we are pressing arrow key as we are moving the highlighted cell around, but the moment we let's go like this. The moment we type something else, for example this, now we are essentially free to select any other cell. I think this will also work like this. Okay. So we're here. So we will have to pretty much handle this all the way here, because the thing is, this is where we are typing everything out, right? Like if we don't have a text input field already in place, we make it show up and then we just start typing. But what we will need to handle over here is if we're in a formula, we need to handle things differently, and that includes the typing behavior, because as you can see, we can select a cell and then start typing after the selected cell over here, and then select another cell. So the mode we defined, the mode will change. The mode will be changed right over here. And okay, how will that work? So typically mode is normal. Right, then mode can become, let's say while we are typing, it's okay, it's gonna be typing. Right, if we are looking, if we have so text input.html, let's say it's just this, then we are searching, right? Actually so the last character, if it's equals or I don't know, like something like this, right? Then we are searching for a cell, and we can use arrow keys to move around and highlight a cell. Once we've done that, so how do we get out of this? So if we're in searching mode, we can keep doing this till, yeah, but if we've just, yeah, see, I can't move this around, so we're in normal, we type something, get into searching, and we remain in searching till we type something else, and after that we after that what? After that we go back to searching. Once we press enter or whatever, like we move out of the cell, then we go back to normal mode. Okay, so this is where change modes. Okay. Check if in formula. Okay, so this is something we can use over here. formula. Mode equals search. Right. So if we press enter, or if we press the arrow keys, okay, this is only gonna happen when we press enter. So over here, display input, handle arrow keys. Okay, right here we will set the mode back to normal. Again, now we can simply check the mode here. If mode is searching, we move around these keys. Then update the contents of the text input field. Let's have this logic here. Date cell at the end input, right? Okay. Here we need to check so this is the logic we need. If the contents and with a cell name, replace that cell name with the selected cell formula cell name. If the contents do not, okay, why am I writing this? Else add the selected cell name to cell at the end of the contents. Great. How do we do that? We simply look for the cell names, just like this one. I'm just trying to see if I have some similar logic already in place. Okay, not much to copy over here, but we'll just take these two lines, go all the way here, cell range. We don't have cell range, we only have text input dot inner HTML. Match these, and let's go over here. Right, okay. So I'm going to do is last names dot slice right. So okay, is greater than 0. If you can find at least one cell name, we're gonna just check. We're just gonna check if the contents of the text input ends with this particular cell name. Do I have insert? Yeah. Right. So text input dot HTML dot with last name. If this is true, then we are over here in case 1. If this is not the case, then HTML simply append over here, replace the last name. Okay, do plus equals. Okay, what, we don't have this. Select, convert, selected cell from okay. Now I get to remove the cell name at the end of it. So dot slice. Okay, no, not this. We need as slice from wait, what? Now I want to do this like this. Okay, 0. Yep, this works. So what we'll do is we'll say input dot. Wait a second. Text input HTML slice. Then we're gonna take this dot length, right? Then val plus equals, and finally wow, so over here we've replaced like as we move around the highlighted cell, we replace its value within the text input field. We are not highlighting it with a different color, at least for now, but we should be able to see this changing the value you have over there. Okay, so we have this ready, right? It's gonna update the contents of the input field as we type. Now we gotta essentially use this over here. Okay, so let's get back over here. Mode equals searching. Okay, let's see if, first of all, if this is working. Formula, right? This. I'm just gonna go somewhere. Type equals. A1. Okay. Okay. First thing I gotta do is okay, let me just check. I think we should have this logic over here as well, because when we start writing a formula, this is the first character we have in place, and so for it equals, this does run, but it says false. But why? So we have this display input, we have worst things. This actually does not even work. Why do we have a value over here? This is not an input element, so it doesn't have a value or on change thingy. Let's just write in an HTML over here. It's number one. But what we're doing is, let's say we press the equals key, we go over here and it basically says, okay, display the input. And after that, nothing really happens over here. Wait. How does this even show up over here? It shows up because it shows up because we, at the end of this, we call focus. So we are already within the content editable text field. But okay, we gotta check some things. Text input inner HTML, just gonna call value, right, and then right, if I go here, right equals. Okay, look at the order over here. We have value, which is blank. Then we have is formula, which is false, understandably. And then we have equals. Where is this coming from? 728. Over here. Okay, let me set this. Just gonna paste it. What? Okay. Value 2. Alright. I'm gonna go here. Value equals blank. Now I'm gonna write s. Value 2 is lagging behind. Value 2 is lagging behind. Okay. Okay, that's the issue. No worries. We can do over here. Check a formula. I'm just gonna pass an expression over here. Right. Okay. What's the expression? Expression is text input current contents plus key. Right. Now we're just going to check for this, and now we should get true over here. And in fact, why do we even need this? Right, like actually, why do we? Wait a second. Delete this. Delete this as well. Put everything over here. Mode equals surging. Okay. Now we're gonna go here. This needs expression. Okay, we don't even need that input so far. Delete this. Now, if I go somewhere, right equals, what? What? Okay, I know what's happening. Value. We don't need this value. Right. What we need is this value. What I really want to know is why was this false? If you go over here, I want to know the console log check formula and code. Okay, great. I'll just code. I'm also gonna. I don't understand code. Okay, so if we go somewhere, right equals. Basically is an equal sign, right? So if it's equal, it's 61. If it's 61, it's not in here. It's not in here. Wait. Okay. Wait. It's not here. So this is false. The opposite of it is true. Then over here we have true, and then over here we have true. So this is the condition. Okay, that's not how we want this to go. If it is an alphanumeric number, then we are not exactly in that mode. Okay, so if I go somewhere, right equals, now we have the searching mode on. If we do have searching mode on, then right, I'm gonna delete, like I have way too many console logs over here. I'm gonna go over here. And also set something down over here, right? Because we want to get out of search mode the moment we press enter, right? So yep, this is already in place. Don't need this. Actually don't even need this. Done. Go somewhere, equals, boom, searching. So we do have searching, but let's go. So this is working. Now we go in here. How would this work? This would work if we pass the key in. If we pass the key in, we sort of get the stuff. Then we get the stuff. Great. Equals, down arrow, 536. Here, cell names dot length. Cell names is null, so we have no cell names. What? How do we not have any cell name? Text input dot this. Okay, so this. Oh, okay. If cell names right, okay. Okay, wait. Great. What happens if you don't have any match? If you don't have any cell names, that's good. No worries. we should still we should append this number, right? So what we are doing over here is if we have cell names in whatever we have typed so far, which is this, then we get the last cell name. If the expression ends with the last cell name, then we replace it. Okay. Otherwise, you simply append. And that's exactly what we should do if it does not really have any cell names in the first place. So if I go here, paste. Okay, we're here, go somewhere, equals left arrow key. Nothing happens. Cell name is not defined. Okay. But oh, we do have something coming up. Except it's not working the way I want it to. Okay. A1. Why is this A1? Why would this be A1? I just pressed an arrow key. Okay, I'm gonna do two things. One, I'm gonna add the console log over here so that you can see very clearly the key I'm pressing. So I go arrow down and press equals. Wait a second. Check. Here. Delete this. Refresh. Okay. Down, right, equals, down again. And it says A2. If I press, if it's A2, and if I press down, it becomes A3, which actually, okay. So there's a couple of problems over here. First of all, the value of selected this value is incorrect. It shouldn't be A2, it should be B3. And I think the reason for that is it starts off at, where does this start off? Selected cell. Okay. I know what's going on. So reset selected range. We gotta do one more thing. Reset. Okay, I'm gonna separate this out into a function later on. Selected cell dot row, selected cell dot column equals selected cell dot column. Right, so now this moves over here. So if we go somewhere here, press equals, I press the left arrow key, nothing really happens because why is it still over there? Why would it still be over there? Okay, if I press the right arrow key, it gives me B4. B4. What? Okay, so the okay, let me fix this first because the other one involves a little bit of googling, and that's the problem over there is like the cursor cursor is at the wrong place. And we'll have to use the browser selection and range APIs to sort of put the cursor back at the end of whatever we have typed so far. And it's somewhat of a messy process, something I don't really remember at all, so I'm gonna have to Google that a little bit. But before that, why would I press this, I get A4, now I get B4, now I get C4. The arrow keys are working fine. They're all getting appended for some reason, which is weird. Update cell at the end. What's happening over here? Cell names. We match for cell names. We do get a cell name. Last cell name. Oh. What? Why would so we're gonna have to investigate this function. Cell name regex. Right, so I'm just gonna say, first of all, what are we working with? This. Secondly, cell names. So we pick the I don't get this line. Okay. Equals right arrow key. We get B3, but we're actually in B3. We should have been on C3, and this is what we get. Cell names is null. So we basically go all the way over here. Okay, cell names should be null. There is no cell name. So we go over here and add it over there. Okay, works. Now we press right arrow key one more time. Now we have, this is the expression, this is fine. And we get one match, which is P3. So now we go over here. When we go over here, cell names dot slice. What? Okay. P3. Okay, so this gives us P3. Okay, cool, works. Equals P3 and wait, P3, sorry, so this is true. So now we're over here. Now what do we want? Okay, so this is what we just tested, but val equals, so we remove okay, let me test this out. Right, I'm gonna do this exactly like it is. Equals B3, right? Cool enough. Now we have the last cell name, which is B3. Right? Cool. Now, what I'm going to do is x dot slice 0, comma x dot length, and then minus L dot length, and we get equals. Pretty cool. Now we add whatever needs to be added. Okay, this was mistake number 1. So if I go over here, B3, C3, D3, D4. Okay, at least the cell name is changing as per the arrow keys I'm pressing. The problem is it starts off with the wrong cell. So let me delete this. Let me go somewhere else. Here, if I press the right arrow key, it should start with C2. Oh, what? How's this happening? Okay. Is everything working exactly fine? Okay, equals. If I press the down arrow key, it should go to C5. It goes to A5. But why would it go to A5? Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Right, if we're over here, this is why. Save. Okay, now it's gonna work fine. Equals. If I press the up arrow key, it should go to C3. I press the left arrow key, B3. Down, B5. Can just move all the way around. Okay, that's great. But the thing is, the cursor is not where I want it. So this is something I gotta Google. JavaScript content edit table, move cursor to the end. So this one is an old post now. Okay, yeah, this is what I was talking about. Okay, you have hash move cursor after hashtags. What? Oh man, okay, I know it's something like this. We start off with like the get selection, remove all ranges. Okay, what? Okay. Selection range, remove all range. Select node contents range dot collapse selection add dot range. Okay, what the hell? I'm gonna try it anyhow. Okay, once we're done, I'm gonna add this code here. I'll actually move this elsewhere as well. Move cursor to the end. EL, what is EL? EL is just extended. text input. Great. Where was I? Okay, I'm here. Press equals. I'll press the left arrow key. I'm at A3. Awesome. And my cursor is at the end. Wow, this worked pretty damn quickly. Now I can write plus, right? And then I can move around. A3 did not show up, but A2 does show up. I can press enter, it does not work, but if I add 2 values over here, it's gonna work. Great. Equals A3 plus A2, because we were already at A3. Okay. This is why we need to highlight cells. This is exactly why. Anyhow, the way we can make this a little bit more intuitive, let's actually check what happens over here. So if I type equals, go up here, plus, I have to go back. So we're gonna reset the position right here. I'll just extract this, create a new function that says reset. Yep. Now I can just call this here. And here. If you go back, 1, 2 equals A2 plus. Why is this not going on? Oh, okay. Okay. So this is only supposed to happen when we use an operator, not every single time. So we go down here. Mode equals searching. So we'll come over here. We'll have the formula in place. Yep. Right. 1, 2 equals A2 plus A1. All right. Now this is working. Use arrow keys to select cell. So this is done. All right. Now we're gonna pick this task up, highlight cells as we type them out, and that sort of includes selecting cells using arrow keys. So what I want somewhere over here, so we're gonna refactor this a little bit. For example, like all of this could be inside one module. Right now we only have one module over here called draw functions, and this is exactly draw single cell, draw cells, draw. Okay, this is exactly where I'm going to create a function called highlight cell, and we're going to have a cell name, right? If we have a cell name, okay, the first thing I want over here is to get convert cell name to row column, cell name, and now we have the row column. It's gonna be simple. Why is it going to be simple? Because get cell positions, we have cell position over here, and we have the width and height. Okay, it's gonna be awesome. Okay, the first thing we need is the cell position, right? So we'll just use this. And over here we just need c.row, c.column. Once we have the position, all you gotta do is have a rectangle in place, right? Let's go here. Now the only thing is, let's go here, fill text. What else do we have? Stroke text. I think we have something called stroke style somewhere. Stroke rect. Stroke style, right? Applying various context settings. So we have color, gradient, pattern. Color is straightforward, right? Multiple stroke colors using loops. Yep, okay. Okay, let's try this. We're gonna just use canvas and stroke the borders out for all of the highlighted cells. The other way to do this is to just introduce another DOM element. Like we could have another div exactly on top of where the cell is on the canvas, and we could essentially style its border using CSS. But I kind of want to do it over here. It's more efficient. Okay, canvas stroke rect dashed border, dashed line, rectangle in canvas. Yep. Context dot set line dash. Not all browsers have it. Set line dash. Canvas. Yep. I think so. That was an old post. Now it's all supported everywhere. And what we gotta do, okay, great. So we gotta do two things. Number one is this. So we gotta go and set this, right? Over here, I'm just gonna say black, right? And over here, we can simply solid line, set line dash, yep. Right? And when we are doing the highlighting thingy, I'm gonna go over here, set line dash, and we need two integers over here. First thing I'm gonna do is change this to orange, and then we have an array numbers that specify distances to alternately draw a line and a gap. Okay, so this is like 5 pixels and then 15 pixels. Okay, we're gonna go for something smaller. Let's go for like 2,2. Right now we have highlight cell, and the way we're gonna highlight cell is highlight cells. So draw cells basically draws cells. Okay. We're gonna go all the way here. So we have draw cells, and okay, we can keep this separate just so that we can highlight the cell. The other thing we're gonna maybe need is to not highlight the cells. Okay, it's kind of, I think it's easier if we simply add this over here, because like draw grid gets called iteratively. It's sort of like a loop, just keeps redrawing the canvas every time some change happens. It's sort of easier to just have highlight cell. Okay, we're gonna go over here and just add function. It says draw highlighted cells, right? But then we're gonna need to store the highlighted cells somewhere. Let's do that here. Let highlighted cells, and just so we remember, this is going to be cell names like A1, A2. Right now we can go back here and simply say for let C of highlighted cells, highlight cell C, right? And now we can use this somewhere over here, right? Like this. Great. Now all we need to do is so you gotta do two things. One, as we change the expression, the formula expression that we are typing or selecting through arrow keys, we need to change the contents of highlighted cells array. And then once we get out of the input mode, right, like once we've executed the formula, the highlights should go away. So it basically means over here. So right, so what am I typing? Okay, this is number one. The other thing is so we're gonna go over here. But wait, why do we even go here? We're gonna go over here. When should this happen? This should happen when we're changing, after we're done changing all of this, like, right? So let's actually go somewhere here. Reset selected cell formula. Okay. Right, and then this also triggers whatever it needs to trigger. Right, we have the expression over here. This is what we have. And if this is a formula, right, like if we're so over here, I wanna find these cell names inside expr expression, highlight them. Right. How do we do that? By calling this find cell names and highlight. You don't have this function? No worries. Function. Right. And we actually have a good idea of how to do that, because it's like I think we're repeating this. We'll sort of get to this. We'll extract this out somewhere, but for now, all we need, if you have cell names, we're gonna go through. Yeah, we're gonna go through this. So let's go back here. For let C of cell names. Right. Actually, what? We don't need that. Highlighted cells equals cell names. As simple as that. Let's go over here. Oh, we had a different color, right? Like this was in black. We had a different color somewhere. Yeah, we had this color. Let's copy this, go all the way, draw single cell, remove this. Yep, looks much better. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is go over here, equals v2 does not do anything, plus see, we have a problem. Okay, so first of all, while selecting the first expression, the expression that was passed in was incomplete. That's the first problem. Second problem is over here, 1, 2, 4. Call is not defined. Okay. C.call, C.row. Right, but I'm gonna go over here. I think I know what's happening. I think what I'm gonna do is just see, this is so the problem is text input does not have an onChange function. That's because it's not an input or text area element. It's a text, it's content editable div. In that case, I should actually just standardize a way of updating the contents of text input, and just use that function everywhere so that I can just control what happens when it changes. Right. So I'm just gonna check what's really happening. Right. So we change. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna use this to update the value. So whenever we want the value inside the text field to change, we're not going to do it directly. We're going to use this function, right? And over here we'll do the following. I'm going to actually do another thing. Focus equals, and this can be like true or false. What that means is the following, right? So first of all, we update the contents. Second, if we want focus within the text field, we're going to use this. Right, and then we're done, and we're not going to change, we're not going to do anything like this ever, right? We'll always use this function, so that once this is done, if you want anything to happen once the value of the text field changes, for example highlighting the cells, we can do over here. We can do it over here, right? Like we can do the highlighted cells thing. Change highlighted cells, right? But first let me change. So I think the value changes under 3 conditions. Condition number 1 is over here. Right, and if instead of this, we can simply say update text input focus equals false. False, right? The other way is when display input is called. So that happens over here. So instead of this and this, we'll just say date text input pass in this focus equals false. No, sorry, true. Right. The other place is here. So instead of this, where we are going to say date text input val focus equals true. Over here we're gonna say we'll just declare the dot copy this, paste, copy this line. Neat. Okay, so this happens. This is fine. This is fine. Everything else. The other way this happens is while we are, while we are typing, right? Okay, let's do. I'm gonna delete this, move this here, right? And instead of expression, we simply have right. This is the first thing. So it's not going to work when we are typing because we're not using this function, but it should work when you're using arrow keys to select cells. So let's try that out. So we're here equals B2. Right, nothing happens. In fact, the the cursor did not move, which is a problem. Okay. Insert a log. Dating text input. Moving cursor to end. Right. Equals. Updating text and okay. Okay. C1. We're not updating the text input. Why? Okay, now it seems to be working. Updating text input, moving cursor to the end. Okay. Okay. Then this is not working. Why is this not working? We're looking for cell names. If you find cell names, okay, we do have an highlight. Okay, you can see C4 over here. It's very light. Let's change this. Let's change it to something. Okay, I made a mistake. Draw functions. Highlight cell. Stroke style. Let's see what else we can do. So you can change the color. Can we change other things? How do we set line dash? Stroke, right. We have color, we have pattern. Okay, let's try something. We're gonna go with red. Now we can see this a little bit better, but we have to make this more pronounced. This just does not cut it. Canvas, stroke, rect, border, thickness. How to border, canvas, stroke, rect. Line width property. Yeah. Changing the line width. ctx dot line width. Okay. This works. So I think the default is 1. Let's just see if something changes. Yeah, I think default is 1. And when we're highlighting, I think what we can do is go over here, basically say I don't know, 3 is an odd number, equals much better. We can see the cell we are selecting. If you add plus, now we can see the other cell we are selecting. If you add plus, we can see the other cell. And if I add the values, it executes the formula as well. Awesome. Okay, this is much better, but there's a problem. The problem is, there's 2 problems. Number 1, if I type A1, it's not going to do anything because it's not using the update text input function. the other thing is the first cell does not seem to get highlighted. So let's go over here. See, the first cell, C2, does not get highlighted. It starts getting highlighted after that. That's weird. I think it's because I think I know why that happens. I think it's kind of easy to fix. It's probably because the draw grid function gets called first. Right, because this gets called from wherever, like over here, for example, right? But draw grid gets called. When does it really get called? After formula keys. After formula keys, we're done with this. Within this, we're done with that. Okay. 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 Gotcha. Okay, I still want to do something over here. If I just write expressions, I just want to see. Yeah, it doesn't work. Why does this not work? Check if in formula. It's in formula, yes. Check the expression. Okay. Okay, let's just see what happens over here, right? Right. Let's just type something. A1. So the expression is A1. Right, if I write A2, expression is A equals A2. The expression as if that's the expression, then the highlighted cells should change. Thing is, draw functions dot draw grid. Would that work? Equals A2 plus A3 plus so it's just lagging behind by one key. I wonder why that's happening, right? Because it's doing a good job. Cell names length greater than 0. Highlighted cells equals cell names. We have the regex in place. Can we just cells? Can we see what's happening here? Equals A1. So there's no cell names so far, right? Plus, and then I get A1. Now I get A2. Okay. That's weird. That's weird. Why would that happen? Oh, I know why that would happen. Okay. Now this is gonna work. A1. What? No. Why? 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 We have the expression. Sorry. Just refresh this. Because somewhere here equals a1. The expression is there. This is the expression that gets passed on over here. But if I don't write a plus over there, why would it work like that? Let's test this out. So this dot match G. You do get even. So if this gives you a1, let's just check what's happening over here. Cell names. Okay. Equals a1 plus this does not get invoked when we have our expression equals a1. Oh, okay. See, is formula is false. It's supposed to be false though. If I go within last character, the last character should be here. So this becomes true, this becomes false, the entire thing becomes false. We go here, but why would we want that? Okay, I know. So this is working fine. The problem is the way we are checking. So this function is not, it's this is not what we need to call over here. Is function present, right? This is what we need. So we're gonna go over here. right? If this is true, then we can call this. We don't need this. Delete this as well. Come here, equals a1. No, a2. Okay. Not this formula. Yeah. Okay, now we do have cell 3. All right. So the highlight now works. It should even work like this. Let's say I select this using arrow keys, add another plus, and select something else over here. Right, all of the 3 cells in our expression are being highlighted. And I can press enter. They don't have values, so yeah, we could show 0 here considering blank strings as 0, but yeah, that's we'll sort of get into that later, maybe. Awesome. So let's check our progress. Highlight cells within formula. This is done. We have a couple of things. Click to select cells, right? Handle cmd plus c. Okay, yeah, handle command c command v for copy paste. Actually, when it something we don't have right now over here is let's say I write sum, so I can go around like this, and this is fine, but what I really want is for me to be able to select a range using shift plus arrow keys. That is something we don't really we don't really have. So okay, so we already know the logic for this. The only issue is we have something over here. We have select, so we have selected cell, and then we have selected cell form, and then we have selected cell range. We basically need another one of these just for yeah. Now okay, so I'm just thinking, we have a list of highlighted cells over here. So these are the ones that get, as we type them, they get highlighted, right? So let's say we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and over here I have some A1 till B4, no, B2, right? So A1 and B2 are highlighted, and it calculates the sum over this entire range. Okay. What if instead of just keeping track of a range over here, I just add more cells to the highlighted cells list. How do we do that? Well, we're gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna have to refactor this. It's become quite long. Not completely unmanageable yet, but pretty damn long. Highlighted cells, right? Change, find cell names, highlight. What? Okay, so we have highlighted cells over here. Then we have cell names over here. So cell names come from here. Okay, yep. So this is where we want to change this, right? Like what we're doing right now is we're just using this regex over here, trying to find out cell names within whatever we have typed so far. Once we do find them, we just essentially add those names over here. What I want to do is, if there is a range, right? So if the cell names are like A1 plus A2, then A1 and A2 are the only cell names, right? But if the range is of the form A1 colon B2, we need to go beyond just these two cell names. We need to consider the entire range. And the way we'll do that, okay, I want to test a regex over here. So what I will do is create a formula that looks something like this. We can add more stuff actually. Let's say we have two ranges. So three till D4. Right, this is the string, and what you need is to match this to the so some characters followed by some digits, and then colon, this entire thing /G. Right now, so I'll just copy this over here. We'll call this cell range regex, and what we can do is const cell ranges is expression dot match. No, range, right? And once we have this, yeah, we can simply go through these ranges, right? So if we have ranges, what we can do is, for let cell range of cell ranges. Okay, I'll just leave it like that. Now I'll just separate this out into a different function, which basically says list cells in range, right? You're gonna have a range over here. Range is going to be something like this. Right, once you have this, you wanna essentially figure out everything that comes within this range. The way we can do that without writing a whole lot of code is by going through the implementation for our functions. Shift keys, formula keys, update cell, right, cell value, check cycle, recalculate, execute this thing. Okay, extract function name, params, output cell name. So now we go to functions over here, run some function, run min max function. So it takes run some function, right? Since we can actually just declare something very similar. Okay, we don't. What we'll do is we'll copy this stuff, go down, delete keys. Okay, paste it over here. Range. Okay, cell range is, yeah, why not? Right, so now we have the string. Look for the cell names. There should be exactly 2 cell names. Once we have those cell names, we do not really need to keep track of the sum. Convert them into rows and columns. Iterate over all of them, and this right here is what we need. So I'll just say cells list, right? Cells list push cname. Don't really need anything else. Okay, now that we have this, we can simply say cells list is list cells in range, cell range. Once we have this, we can just combine all of them over here. So we have cell names over here, cell ranges, and let's say I go with cell names, and then I just wanna try something out because I keep forgetting these syntaxes. So if I use the spread operator, does that okay, right. So this is a dot push. Now a has okay. So what we'll do is cells list, right? Once we have this, we can do this. There's gonna be a bunch. There will be actually a couple of names that will be repeated, but I think they might not really cause that much of a problem. Let's actually test this out. So I'm over here writing cell ranges is not iterable, right? Okay, let's fix this. 83 cell ranges. Okay, yeah. Well, what we wanna do is if cell ranges not equals null and cell ranges dot length greater than 0, then we want to wrap this up, right? And now it should work. So if I go somewhere here, start writing sum a1 is highlighted, colon, and now I'm gonna say C3, and every cell from A1 to C3 is now highlighted. Yeah, if we had numbers over here, just adding some random numbers, we can see that the sum works. If I increase something, so I'm gonna say 2 over here, goes from 35 to 36. Everything is working well over there. Okay, so this part is pretty much done. Where were we? Complex function expressions. Click to select cells. Click to select cells. Okay, we can sort of get away with that. Okay, let's go for that. So we have an event listener for key down, where we're handling a whole bunch of things. We also have another event listener, I believe. Let's just check. Event. Yep, the other one is over here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is over here, we can add an event listener to our canvas for the click event, and in here we essentially need to change the value of our selected cell based on the position of the click. how do we do that? Well, so click on cell right. Let's go over here. Now if we're clicking on a cell, the first thing alright, so we have a canvas, we have, you know what, let me actually try and handle this over here. So you're gonna need the rectangle that represents the canvas. So for that we can simply say canvas dot get bounding. Let me check. And get bounding, yeah, this one. Return value is a tom rect object, which is the smallest rectangle containing the entire element. The okay. Yep, exactly what we need. So yeah, this. Alright, so this is the rectangle, and then for the mouse click, you can do is simply say event dot client x, right? And I'm gonna subtract the left position value of the rectangle from over here. Right now it's at the top left corner of the screen, so it doesn't really matter. We can move the spreadsheet around, for example, to add toolbars or menus or whatever. So we're just gonna do that, right? And then we're gonna do the same thing over here for the Y position, right? Once you have this, all you need to do is essentially calculate the row and column of the cell based on the row heights and the column widths. So how do you do that? Well, let me just write. So total height checked, right? And then I'm gonna say r equals to 0 for let h row heights, right? This is all in the global scope. So we have spreadsheet data, we have, yep. Now while we're here, I'm gonna just add this if y less than this thing, then this is the cell, right? And we'll just add this thing over here. We need to pretty much repeat the same thing over here for column. So total width checked, let's see, equals 0. Sorry, height width, width over here w, then add c, right? Once you know this, it's actually pretty simple, because all you need to do is set the selected cell to C R. Am I doing this right? Yep. And we'll also actually just reset this entire thing over here. So selected cell range, start row as our start column C, and row as our and column C. Right now we can draw grid, and let's check if this works. Right, we throw this down. So now if I click here, there's okay, that's weird. Wait. This is X. Okay. Let me reset. Okay. Something is not right over here. We have the X. We're essentially checking the words. We're going through the words. Let me just add good old console log. So I'm gonna say R comma C. Let's see. Okay, 3,9. Was it 3,9? Oh, it has actually selected 3,9 for some reason. Even though we don't want that. Here's the reason. Column width, refresh. Okay, now we can just click on a cell, select it, start typing in it as well. Great. So this seems to be working. Go back and mark this as done. So I actually completed a whole lot of things. I'm just trying to decide if handle complex function expressions. Okay, this was about VLOOKUP. Then we have Command C, Command V, copy paste, handle multi-line inputs, overflowing cell contents, text alignment within cells. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is we have a basic version of spreadsheets working with us, right? Where we can use some simple formulas. Let me check if others work as well. So I'm gonna go for A2 till, I don't know, what's this one, B3, right? Boom, it works. If we change this value, it works. Yep, so we have some basic formulas working. We have we have cell selections, we have cell ranges, we have cascading formulas working. For example, I could write yeah, and we can select cells using arrow keys. I could say this is this star 10, right? And if anything changes, if I change this to 16 here, this changes to 16, this changes to 160. So we have cascading formulas working. We have a bunch of basic stuff in place, right? All of these things. And this is not the exhaustive list over here. Like we could keep adding small little functionality. Still we get to a very feature-rich Google Sheets clone. But what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna stop this video over here, and then continue on with another video where I think I'll first of all refactor this code a little bit. For now, I'll just upload all of this on GitHub. It's all client side, so I can actually just create a GitHub pages, I think, for this, so anyone can play around with this, because this is completely client side for now. yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do now.